Hello, we're live. Welcome, one and all, to Cradle to Crypt. We're going to be playing Animal Beyond Fantasy today. So we're starting a little bit late, a little later than usual. I think it's just a slow start, and I was also discussing some possible changes to the Anima system in the near future. For those who don't know, Anima is a fucking train wreck of a system, and it works under my pure sheer willpower alone. So I'm going to try to make it a little bit more bearable. But it's got crazy lore, and the system does have some redeeming qualities. There's just a lot of options to do some really cool and interesting things. And then the freedom to create anything you want. But it's also a negative, because the players can create anything they want. And I have to sometimes make that work. But anyway, so there's going to be a little bit of a different week. Unfortunately, we will not be having our Whispers in the Dark campaign tomorrow. We had some calls out, unfortunately. So if you're looking forward to that, you're just going to have to wait till next week. But we will be having a special table talk this week, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, on Thursday, because the Glue Boy himself will be here in person for our table talk, and he may or may not be running it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, we talked about that. Remember?
I didn't write anything.
You don't have to. Plus, you have till Thursday.
Yes.
If that's what you still want to do.
If anything, I might need to change the time we start at a little, but I'd still be good for it.
By what time? I'm literally giving the schedule right now.
Yeah. So probably gonna the issue. I have to go hang out with family today, or no, Thursday,
Cringe.
and so I will be able to do table talk. I just might have to push back like an hour or so, like maybe start at like 7ish.
7?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's a little difficult. I have to schedule a lot of move a lot of things around.
Wasn't
That
just your
or-
dad in town?
Yeah, but I still want to hang out with my dad. There's not a lot of time because he's working. It's that, or we could do table talk tomorrow.
We could do table talk
Yeah.
tomorrow, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm already like hanging out with you guys tomorrow, so I just we can do that then.
All right, schedule change. Table talk will be tomorrow, where we'll be talking about the cursed Warhammer.
Wahoo!
Wahoo! Alex, you're the co-host. You're supposed to sound a lot more excited than that for literally the one you're running.
I'll be more excited when we do it. You're enabling me essentially.
You're not a very good hype man. I think you should fire him.
Whoa, hype.
I would if I was paying him.
I mean, you could just wiggle like a single thing of like miniature paints at him.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true.
does that happen
We
on
will-
black? I need another pot of that.
We do need to go to the store tomorrow, but
Yep.
I'm not going to talk about that on stream anyway. So,
Yeah, tell me your grocery list.
no, it's shameful, I'll tell you. But yeah, we'll still be having a new slate on Wednesday. Oh, speaking of a new slate, so the secondary VOD channel that's going to be like where all the long campaign episodes are going to be is currently up. I have to retrieve my logos somehow from some other medium because they were all on, the drive that got wiped with my computer, unfortunately. So I need to find my Clover PNGs. It's going to be a nuisance. And I thought it would have gone to the Adobe Cloud, but apparently it did not. So, I don't know. So, it doesn't have any logos yet, but Bad Luck Gamer VODs just one word, Bad Luck Gamer, and then VODs, all caps, is up on YouTube, but we did lose a new slate video because, unfortunately, my computer's just rather limited on space at this time, and so I uploaded the first video, it finished downloading, and I was like, okay, cool, that's processing. Let me delete that video off my drive then, and then get the other video on because I didn't want Twitch to delete it. So I was kind of rushing, and then, like, I don't know, an hour later, I look at it and it's like, oh, hey, we've stopped processing this VOD because you're not verified on this channel. And the maximum video length you can upload is 15 minutes. And I was like, oh, fuck, okay. So I did it. I fixed it. I got verified. And like, okay, what do I do now? I looked at the FAQ. Re-download it. I'm just like, oh, my God. Are you... It's like, it's there. I see the pictures. I see the images. It's literally on your system.
Question your overlord.
Yeah. It was just processing. They have the information. They're fucking lying to me. But what can I do? So, yeah, that's where we are at the moment with that. So we lost a new slate episode 8, unfortunately. Because it's also just a file that's too big to just put in the recycling bin. So, unfortunate, but small mercies at least. It's not like those videos were getting all that many views anyway. So I apologize to the up to 3 people that may have watched it. We'll just have to go by. It's okay. I was gonna say like a dungeon crawl episode anyway, so
Yeah.
no major story stuff.
Fought a bunch of slimes. Calden got tired. More slimes. We escaped.
Yep, that's pretty much what it boiled down to. All right, I don't think there's any other news. Still, we're looking to start multi-streaming soon. So be ready. We might be available on at least YouTube and maybe Facebook as well. I'm looking at other channels as well. I need to test the waters. So I'll probably do at first like YouTube and Twitch to see if our bandwidth can take that much. But from there, at least we can do it. The good thing is there's good multi-stream platforms that you just stream to essentially the platform, and then an outside like processor splits it amongst other websites. So I think I should be able to multi-stream with no issues. But that being the case, last time on Cradle to Crypt, y'all were making your way back to the charge points, the home base points for the Temple of the Skyward Eye. And y'all have decided to look into the dragon issue. Especially because Finwith feels like there is a strong possibility that the sculling in the Peak of the World may or may not be connected.
I can be wrong. You're God. You have that power.
I do have that power. I have the power to make this a really good story.
Oh no. We've seen how that one's gone.
So, along the way, fortunately, you found that Anar, a small village, and the birthplace of Alexei, lied along the way. And the Froscalier are a particularly powerful monster hunters in the Peak of the World. So you figured if anyone would know, they would. And upon arriving, you saw Alexei's literal stomping grounds. And y'all met... Oh my god, did I not write her name down? I wrote down everyone else's name. I'm dumb. I did not put her in the notes. Oh, it was Gerd.
You're your own worst enemy, Cameron.
I know. I was so good with the other names. So I was like, here's a long list of names I should probably write
We even
down.
had a conversation where I told you to write them in the Roll20 for notes.
It is in the
and then you said
Roll20.
you had the notepad. Yeah, her name?
Not her name, no.
Last name
That was
Gladys.
the conversation we had. Tisk tisk.
Gladison?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
she's
yeah,
the
yeah,
head of
yeah,
the
yeah.
Glass Song, yeah.
She's the head of the glass. That's right, that's right, that's right. And I remember her name is Gerd. Okay. I have to hold the Alt button and it makes it hard to type things, so I tend to forget. I'm adding it right now. I got the other ones though, and to be honest, that's probably more of a godsend.
I have those written down anyway. So.
Bunch of Scandinavian names, which is only going to come back to bite me, I feel. You know, I accidentally typed a K in Gladys in their last name, and it looked like it fit because of Scandinavian names. That's really funny. Okay, it's been added. But yeah. And Gerd was a very business-like woman. Very strict and very well trained. She seemed to have some kind of light animosity towards Alexei, but did not let that kind of overly color the conversation y'all had, where the king of Hidelstein and the current like patron of the Frost Collier has chosen to gather all the veteran Frost Collier members to help deal with this new dragon menace. And Gerd, hearing about your arrival, has pointed you in their direction to meet. Offering you any supplies you need for the journey there. And as soon as matters were completed, she got up and went back to doing her duties. Leaving you all with the somber news that the man that Alexei knew had unfortunately passed away due to, well, how to put it in a gentler way, passed away due to his massive depression after the events.
Gentler, massive depression.
It's gentler than the word.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I wasn't expressing. I think the massive just did it. Unfortunately, the traumas of what happened with Alexei's backstory, with the loss of the rest of the Frost Collier.
Yes.
Bit too much to handle.
Damn, I should have did my research and I could have quit and I've been like, if you're curious, check out episode on the channel over there. I think it's like channel like or episode like it's in the 20s somewhere. Probably
Oh
like
yeah,
mid-20s.
the one where he relives it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's like 23. I might be mistaken. In the challenge of the prison of Noah.
This is why you gotta title all your episodes.
Yeah, gotta go with subtitles. Or not subtitles, but you know what I mean.
Well, titles. and
Yeah, I
subtitles.
really should, but then the title becomes stupid long.
Clickbait Anima. How do you?
I
go to names?
should clickbait Anima more.
You know, technically, you can take all of our Dark Survival one and just tag it Alex Y.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
I really should. I should make thumbnails and just have on that one episode in Grim Survival just I've heard of cheese. I guarantee that would get clicks. 100%.
You gotta make everything like a question or like ... Bring him in with just the really shitty YouTube like clickbait titles.
Yeah. I should just put Anima in big letters and then just put a red arrow pointing at something. Just
And then
pointing.
you in the corner looking surprised.
Yeah. I should just do that. I should just put Anima big letters, me making some kind of surprise face, and then just a random arrow, maybe a red circle somewhere on the map for every one of them. That would be super funny. It completely destroys the mood of Anima, but, you know, how else am I going to get those clicks? I have to shell out. People will not know our glory unless I bait them into it. Like putting cheese on a hook. Anyway. Yeah. And with that, you had all left. Oh yeah, also, I think it's important to mention, really, really important for the story, Lexi has walked in like a wild man, just wearing a bear pelt.
They'd believe you're the sculling, not me.
Yeah. I mean, you both look kind of sculling.
Shh, it's fine. I'm wearing the
'Cause-
Beast Hunter's pin. Yeah, it's.
That's true. Alexi is too. He's just like shinked it right into the skin. Ross Collier don't care.
There's a layer of ice anyway. Well, yeah, we got to get him some decent armor before we leave, so that he is not shamed out of the meeting. And then those like, it should only take a month or two to get to the city, and it's like, all right, it takes us a day. She doesn't need to know.
No. El no sabe. Anyway, so you'll leave the prestigious gates of House Gladysung and kind of enter into the streets of Anar. What do you want to do?
I believe there was mention of visiting Alexi's family.
Yeah.
Lexi's family and get him out of that garbage clothes.
The House Gladysung has like a good amount of stock, especially when it comes to Frost Collier outfits for, you know, graduates and the like.
You can still keep the all 4 defense Kongsbjorn armor. Just maybe layer it.
Fair.
So you just look like a toasty Frost Collier instead of like you've been through the ringer for a few years.
Like I got hooked on something very, very hot and I'm only wearing
Whoops.
shirts.
Listen, I tripped. I had flaming claws. It wasn't my fault.
I was filled with a murderous spirit. I was possessed.
By literal wrath. It's fine. It happens to everybody.
It happens.
You've
to
had road
everyone.
rage. You know what it's like.
If Alexi does go to grab one, then I'll also throw out the suggestion. Maybe you should grab a second one just in case.
As Alexi's like reaching for one, he kind of looks over and he's like, grabs the second one.
These dragons breathe fire. It could happen.
It's very true. For all intents and purposes, the Frost Collier armor is armored long coat.
This is even better because I realized this when I was looking over my my sheet for leveling up. I do have the fiery like armored long coat, so I got a 7 fire armor.
Oh yeah, the what was it? Cloak of the Fire Rat or something like that?
Fiery beast long coat is what I wrote. But
Fiery Beast long coat. Oh, I think it's because you didn't.
Was it Inuyasha, Fiery Rat?
Well, it's a mythological beast. It's an actual like item.
I don't remember the name. I mean, maybe I wrote it down in my actual.
Well, we didn't know what it was made of. So.
You didn't know what it was
Daily
made of.
reminder that Anima's weeby shit.
Yeah.
I didn't make the game. I just used the things they give me.
We all do enjoy playing it though.
yeah, I'll do. I'm like, hey guys, look at new system. You're like, yay! I'd rather stick with Anima, jank ass system, but look, the paint job's really nice.
And it's just standard armored long coat, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need like cold bonus. You don't need a chilly armored long coat. And you should be able to layer it anyway.
Yeah.
I think so, unless they're both soft armors.
You can wear 2 softs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wearing the. I'm doing the same thing. It's just I'm wearing the long coat and the Arctic Chimera pelt.
You can technically layer 1 hard, 2 soft.
I'm doing the same thing you're doing. So
You just gotta watch that it doesn't eat your initiative.
I mean, yeah. This is pretty much eating my initiative without giving me any benefits, practically. I think it gives me like 1 cut, maybe.
It's fine. You can just not give yourself the benefit and just have clothes.
And you can just
That's
wear it as
fair.
clothes. I will permit this. 'Cause-
Have a cosmetic slot in Anima.
Yeah, exactly.
Guild Wars 2. Use a transmutation token. It's fine.
fashion anima. So it really matters.
I mean, it's very
Anima
possible in this
beyond
system.
fashion.
That's bad.
Fashion.
It's just the noble. Like whoever takes the noble tree of magic wins.
Yeah,
Done.
fashion is the true end game. But
Wins.
yeah, and as mentioned before, the Frost Collier has like the Russian kind of like thick clothing look. It's very military-esque. It's got high collar. It's a nice light gray color with like slight white trimming for the fur. It also counts as weather, cold weather clothing. So, not that that matters to you, but does count as such. And Alexi has returned back to his old the way you first saw him before everything happened. Mostly just beating the shit out of each other in the tournament.
Except for with fancier fur armor.
It's really not fancy, actually. It just looks like a bear pelt. But, like,
Fair.
when you feel it, like, it's a heavy bear cloak. Like, the Kongsbjorn, like, cloak is probably, like, 25 pounds. It's really dense.
You just omit the blanket and use the Kongsbjorn pelt if we're ever camping in the snow.
I mean, it technically works that way, statistically speaking.
I would never get rid of my heavy waterproof blankets. What are you talking about?
Well, use that on the ground, and then you just use the bear pelt as cover over it.
You don't
Yeah.
need a weighted blanket cloak, Jess. Fenwith is right there, happy to hug anytime.
But beyond that,
They
do you
don't
pick
know.
up any rations or anything like that, or do you just take the clothing, walk out with your, you know, superiority complex for having a floating temple?
I have a superiority complex about that.
We don't need rations. We're just going to take our flying iron temple.
But no, Alexei was going to take 5 days rations at the very least.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
And also do the same. He won't need them, but the others may. Besides, gotta make sure he's doing what everyone else is doing. Don't want to give away he's a quote-unquote monster.
Fair. Granted, Forest Collier, especially known for being able to go weeks on end without food or water. Because elimination of necessities is really handy in an inhospitable environment.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yep, and it is very cheap.
It's very easy to get.
So is the ability to run straight up trees.
Useful.
But that being the case, then you head out into the streets of Anar. You see the nice now cobblestone road and the variety of houses, and they all have a kind of militaristic appeal to them. Many of them have like solid stone basing, maybe like some wind shearing walls, and the typical like northerner like thatch roofing hut kind of setup. The city is pretty well laid out, like from when you were a kid, Alexi. You remember everything being dirt roads and cheap huts, and the amount of wealth that has come into NR since you were a kid has definitely elevated the status of many of the people, at least in like the close proximity of the city center.
Fair.
There are not many of Anar who are not at least related to Frost Collier in some form or fashion. The rest being stoneworkers or hunters by trade. Some weavers, but predominantly stonework and weaving, especially because stonework has become a lot more popular because more people can afford it nowadays. So, what do you do?
I'm curious, how does Alexei carry the Frost Collier sword? Does he have it fully wrapped up, or does he leave it out in the open?
It's out in the open, strapped across his back, kind of crossed over, or kind of along the length of his old bastard sword as well.
Has walking around with sword gotten him any reactions in the town?
Gerd noticed, for sure. Frost Collier having quality weapons is not unusual, though, so most people just assume as much from people here. Even though the Frista is a particularly well-made and fantastic-looking sword, what appears to be a iron bastard sword upon closer inspection has veins of frost running through it.
I like how all three of you have rather obvious weaponry on you, from the giant sword to the actual giant fucking sword. And then your wrapped up lawbringer in addition to your, what is it, 2 other swords and a spear?
I got the spear, a regular.
Yeah, both of them have 2 swords.
The regular sword he just like kind of put somewhere else, and he has a little Arctic Chimera knife.
Technically, Alexi also has a +5 halberd across his back and a katana on his hip.
We're
You're
just a
all-
bunch of heavily armed travelers.
You
Don't
all
worry about it.
have multiple weapons on you, and Finwith is standing there, not a single item on him but the totems. And a backpack. It's not a single weapon on the man.
Maybe a few knives.
I mean,
No.
give him video
Yes.
game logic.
He just has his carving knife for making totems. And that's in the backpack. And is very clearly like a working tool.
Give him video game logic. Technically, that's the one person you should watch out for in the group. Not the heavily armed ones, it's the one without weapons.
They
Person
have
doesn't need it.
inventory.
It's either they have inventory or they turn into the cleric beast, which happens to be the latter case.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta introduce us to your family. I'm sure this will go well. It's gone well every other time we've met people's family.
Yeah.
I didn't think we'd get this far.
I didn't think so either, and I actually forgot to ask Devin over the course of this last week about it.
It's all good. I'm sure it'll go well.
Time to improv a family.
Hey Devin, you know that thing I spoke to you about last night? Now's a great time to put that to use.
All right, let me get a name generator real quick.
Aside from everything we've seen, and given the time of day, are the streets pretty busy?
Not particularly. NR is I mean, with most northern peoples, they're not outside. Like, when you're especially like the peak of the world, you don't mingle outside. You don't just chill around outside when you have nothing to do. You are either in your house or you're out working. And due to the sheer number of Frost Collier members of Anar, a lot of the money that kind of comes in is either sent here by courier or anything else. Frost Colliers are all over the place, constantly working to kill monsters here or there or anywhere. You may see like the occasional members of the community, many of which are wearing the Frost Collier armor. And that's just due to the fact that, someone's got to watch the hometown while everyone is away. Typically, they're much older members. You see old men and women, walking around. Another factor as well for the north, you don't see any people who are of a venerable age. Like, some of the oldest community members are probably, like, in their 50s.
It gets rough out here, man.
I mean,
And-
being in your 50s is actually pretty impressive considering the time period when the average
Those are tough as
lifespan was, like,
nails.
45 years old.
So maybe the Frost Collier should teach the passive key one that like triples your lifespan and makes it so you age gracefully, if at all. Doc's just gonna take it so he can be around the Menace the Batello longer. Radovan owes him. He'll have a longer amount of time to make it up to him.
Doc just gets introduced to someone. How have you lived this long? Out of spite.
Literally out of
I'm
a bit of
fueled by
spite.
pure spite.
Well, one time a person said that they could sense my life energy and that it felt like venom flowing through my veins. And I thought, yeah, mood. And decided to just keep doing it and make it everyone else's problem. And
Doc
that's
gets
how
it.
I've lived to the ripe old age of 275.
Doc's one of the ones to get the amulet we mentioned that just locks the emotion, just keeps him in permanent spite.
No, better yet, you remove it and he stays the same still. And just like,
He doesn't
this
need
is
magical help.
pointless.
This emotion was in me the whole time. I didn't need the help.
You played a campaign with him. You
Yeah.
know he doesn't need that for spite.
Yeah, that's true.
He is petty and angry.
While we're looking around and Alexi's walking down memory lane, any interesting shops?
Ooh, shopping episode.
None that, I mean, there is a general store that looks rather nice. Like, as I mentioned, for a very secluded kind of place out in the middle of nowhere, this town is a lot more modernized than you would expect. They don't have like electricity or sewage or anything like that, but many of the buildings have like nice stonework built in and look to be pretty well crafted. Like the average level of wealth here seems to be pretty high. Granted, the village center is only made up of like maybe 20 buildings or so. Many of which are large Frost Collier estates from individuals who, you know, have done well. But you see like a general store and like a like an animal husbandry kind of location where they seem to raise hardy animals like yak and goat, as well as like maybe a place for repairing wagons and such. Beyond that, not very commercial. It's very utilitarian. You probably imagine that most of what people get come from like Heel's theme.
Okay. While he's waiting for Alexi to make up his mind, Anas will just wander the general store and just browse, especially stopping at things that look like they're specific for the area, not just your standard good. Actually, you know what? No. Do they have any books here?
Why are you going after books? We already know the most important thing that we can buy in the city from Alexi himself, and that's good climbing gear.
Just practice climbing in the temple. Just do that to pass the time. It'll be the only chance you get to use the tools.
We can install a climbing wall. We can have a whole bouldering room.
No, they don't have such frivolous things as books here.
They are very expensive in Anima, so.
True. Doesn't hurt for him to look. Anything to pass the time at this point.
Yeah.
It's fine. It'll only take us a day to get there. You know, for a creature that's going to live a long-ass time, you've spent too much time around humans. Your sense of time is completely warped.
Trust me, him and Radovan both. He's going to return to Vital Society and he's like, everything's moving too slow.
Have the Frost Collier developed any sort of tabletop game, perchance? Like, do they have any fun regional games?
Is anyone else getting static when Alex talks?
Are
Yeah.
you-
Yeah, I'm getting it too.
Ah, shit. Let me mess with it.
It's occasional, but yeah.
I was just trying to make sure my headsets weren't fucking up. I was like, oh god, no, please. Not my Bose headphones.
Is that any better?
You'll need to talk for a more extended period of time.
Is this like, I don't know, no static, or is it still staticky?
That does seem a lot better, yeah.
Okay, I just
Yep.
unplugged it, plugged it back in. So, let me know
Might
if
have
it
just been a
happens.
connection issue.
Probably.
All right. But yeah, no, like I said, NR is a lot more utilitarian in style.
Got it. They got nothing but carving knives to pass the time.
You should have stayed in Gabriel.
Like, you thought Goldarians were bad. Hoffmanins, they have a word for it. Hoffmanites? I can look it up. I'm not going to. Are a lot more just like get the job done. Stonework does seem to be something that they are more proficient in.
But Alexei has... Oops, what is this? Sorry, weird thing I've never seen before came up on my screen. I fixed it, I hope. Alright, I suppose that now that I am properly dressed and you all don't seem to be able to find what you are looking for, we can at least go to the Frey house. It has been a long time since I've been there, actually, now that I think about it.
How long has it been?
At least a year, if not more. Aside
Did you
from that.
tell them where you were going?
More or less. I mostly told my siblings where I was going. I was not going to worry mother and then have her order father to stop me. So
He just kind of nods. Did you already know about the tournament, or were you just kind of traveling and find out about it on the way?
I had heard about it from some history books, but it was just very fortunate that it happened to be that day. In fact, I got to meet you all because of it.
Yeah, I know it went pretty well. It's a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Gonna keep being. Probably, yeah. Most of the time, at least.
You seem unsure.
He kind of pauses and thinks and just kind of scratches. And he's like, "Well, I mean, you left home without telling your mom, and I don't know how I'd feel about seeing mine if I just ran off with no word. Not it wasn't a problem for me, but
Oh, I will be lucky to live till tomorrow. But
yeah, that's what I meant about it mostly being fun."
I'm sure it'll be fine. More or less.
Is this normal for Frostcolier families? For parents to threaten their children?
I mean, everything else out here does. Might as well.
Especially if they are inclined to kill you, as you said.
Ah, it was mostly a joke.
Ah.
Finn with on the other side of Alexei leans over just to look at you and just kind of just goes, wiggles his hand a little bit.
Slightly confused.
It
Fine, he doesn't get the cue.
It is more a sense of they care too much, and then when you just leave, they get a little angry with you, or a lot angry.
Nods, nods. I can attest to that.
I understand that.
But hey, if you are lucky, my siblings, well, actually, they may have headed out too. I'm not sure. But you'll get to meet them as well.
And hopefully you don't get to see why the term Mother Bear exists.
Alright. But enough putting it off. He kind of pops his shoulder. I suppose we shall head to the Frey house. And he'll be making his way there. Kind of wandering up on a fairly decent sized estate. Not crazy like the Gladys song by any means, but walking up, he kind of looks over at a field where he used to spar with siblings Roy, Christopher, and Drogon. There's like a smile to his face, and he's like, "This is the place where I would, well, win all my fights with my siblings. I mean, some say that they were younger, so that they were a little weaker, but
How much younger?
uh, let me think. I believe Jorgen is about a year younger.
Ah, fair game.
2.
Fair game.
Roy, anywhere from 3 to 4. I don't
Yeah,
quite.
fair game.
How old is Alexi?
He's 26.
Okay.
Did you guys not know that?
No. Just kind of conflicts with the information you literally just sent me.
Did it though?
If they're between 1 and 4 years younger than you, yes, yes, it does.
I suppose that's fair.
So then, are they closer and you just have twins somewhere, or are you older?
He's the oldest.
No. It's just he's like they're like in their late teens, and then he says he's 26, and the youngest is 4 years younger.
I technically said late teens to anywhere before the age of 26.
We're all so old, yeah. It's just like
Late teen.
anything. If you're 2 years younger than us, you're a child. Alex.
Alex just got out of high school in my mind.
That's true.
Got out of high
He starts
school for,
college in the
4
fall.
Years in my mind. I took college in high school.
Fair. Me too. Okay, so you go up to this nice estate. You'll see, in very typical fashion, they have like higher wind shearing walls. They have nice tiling on the walls to make them more decorative. A stone path, and when you kind of go on the inside, you can kind of see why many of them have these more high walls. Because inside, you actually find a lot of like greenery, whether it's like northern grasses or some plants that can weather the harsher temperatures. Plants that you normally only find in deeper valleys can be grown in this kind of condition, as well as like running water that is constantly cycling to, not freeze. As now that you're this far, despite it being kind of summery in temperature, it's, like I said, like 50 degrees or so. Like, there's enough just so that there's not any snow, like, in the valleys. And y'all go up, and you see very well crafted doors, very similar to what you saw at House Gladys Sung.
Alexi will raise his hand up to the knocker and then
Rolls a composure.
braces himself really well, actually. And then 3 rather loud raps. Clangs? Whatever.
They're bangs because they're on wood. Clangs are for metal. Thuds also work for talking suffixes. Anywho. You knock on the door. I guess if it's a knocker, then it would be clangs because it's a door knocker. And after a few moments, the door is opened, And there before you is a woman, probably like in her late 30s. She's wearing a rather nice, though modest, like attire, a long skirt, not skirt, like a dress, you know, but not like a fancy dress. She appears to be a noblewoman. She has blonde hair, and she's somewhat tall, taller than your what average woman in most other areas. She's about like 5'8" or so. And she comes out, and she has at first like a rather like composed expression, you know, very almost businesslike. But she casts her eyes up to see Alexei, and you just watch her jaw just slowly drop. And despite speaking in, native Hoffman, the first thing she says anyone can understand, as in a rising roar, she calls out, "Alexei!" And then her hand whips up to the side of your head, and she grabs your ear and wrenches you down. It's not gentle. It hurts everyone looking, as like this large man is just brought down a few feet in height as she grabs your ear with no mercy and brings you down to like below her level so she can look down at you. And before you even get a chance to say anything, she starts just going in on you. She talks rather fast and somewhat angrily, but Finwith can pick up some of it. And it's along the lines of, "You dare come back to our house after leaving the Frost Collier profession, leaving us with half the income, forcing your father to do all the work. Your brothers have just started getting jobs because you wanted to explore the southern lands? How old are you?" She like grabs you, and she just begins dragging you into the house.
He follows.
She doesn't.
Finwith stays at the door and does not interrupt this woman to ask if he may enter her abode.
She leaves the door wide open, so she doesn't seem to be just yanking Alexei away from y'all.
Okay, it's actually ruder probably to leave the door open, but just
I'm
stay
not
out of the way.
I'm not sure if we want to go in there though.
He might need our help. He kind of like gestures the two of them.
You'll draw your weapons and enter the house.
Quietly close the door. Roll initiative.
All right, but he stays 2 steps behind Finwith because he does not trust this. Oh yeah, is she? After Alexei's name, is she just yelling in Hoffman?
Yeah. Everything she's saying is strictly like northern.
You don't want me to tell you.
I don't have to. The tone said everything. And
It's a lot of righteous. God, what was the word? I just dropped it.
Indignation?
Indignation's a good word for it, yeah.
I guess we enter the house and then just shut the door behind us.
Yep, Finwith quietly shuts
Yeah.
the door and then is apparently left to lead and just keeps a polite distance.
They drag you through the foyer and into a large living space, and it's rather nice. The floor descends a couple steps down into this living space where the fire, there's a large hearth and a fire is kind of roaring. There's nice furniture, wooden carved furniture that has pelts strewn about it. Have you ever been in like a $1 million house? It's got a really good layout. Like there's this nice open living room area. that kind of opens into like a nice dining room and like an open faced kitchen. And there's like a set of stairs that kind of runs up to like a second level. It's got that thing that a lot of little richer people like to have, where there's just like for some places like the living room, it's just on a slightly different level. Yeah.
It had to have a split level just because it made it seem more interesting.
Well, in fact, they believe that the lower your fire was, the more it heated your house.
I mean, it takes it longer to rise, I guess.
Well, it's just like actually in Scandinavian houses, like they would have their fireplaces be like really low to the ground because they felt like the heat would rise up and fill more of the space of your house. Anywho, she kind of leads Alexi over to like the sitting space, but she's just sitting there berating him for a solid like 5 minutes. And as you're all just kind of standing there like deers in the headlight, she looks at you all with anger on her face, and in Goldarian Hoffmanese, whatever, she's just like, sit down, before she continues yelling at Alexi.
Just quietly, sit down, sit down. Go.
Quickly
just,
plops in a chair.
Yeah, he just grabs like an ass and just moves him over, sits him down, and like looks to Sebastian.
Sebastian
there.
is he sits. He's not in any rush or is threatened in this situation, but he just sits as he's told to.
Finma sinks into his seat in the middle.
Alexi, who's been kind of just like taking it as kind of gotten accustomed to the pain, not like.
I don't know, if she keeps twisting, it'd just be refreshing it. The
That's
cartilage should be just out.
But whatever it is, he's actually got kind of a smile on his face.
That
Oh,
only
no,
makes
Moms
her
hate
angrier. She yells at you until you're satisfied, or she's satisfied. And during this time,
Oh,
it would be-
Lennar knows you're home.
yeah, really. Actually, speaking exactly of, you see two brown-haired individuals kind of peek in from like different rooms of the house, one from upstairs and one from like a back room area near the kitchen. And you see presumably Lexi's brothers, two of them at least, kind of watching, interested in everyone who's here.
Yep. It just looks over, there's just a tiny, like...
They're not watching you, they're watching Alexi.
Okay, I thought they glanced over. You said everybody
I
was
mean, they're
here.
looking at everyone, yes, but they're focusing on Alexi. And they're wearing the Frost Collier outfits. And after I said, like, after about like 5 minutes of just standing there berating you, she finally just closes her eyes, sighs, lets you go, and she just says, "All right, now you can speak." And she gives you that look like, you better sit down right now and explain yourself.
So,
Go for the brownie point.
She stays standing,
It's a power move.
pointedly.
I love you, Mom.
Sure, don't fucking act like it.
Is that the only thing you say?
That's what he starts with.
She looks at you, her head tilts, and her eyebrows get angrier. Is that the only thing you have to say to me right now? Look on her face.
No, it just it seems like the safest thing to say at this moment. He kind of shrugs his shoulders and recomposes himself. I am sorry I did not tell you I was leaving. I should have been better about that. It was a rather confusing time at the moment. And I am back to help with the situation in Hiddleston. Hiddleston?
She speaks. Wasn't that a sorry excuse if I've ever heard one? You leave and all you have to say is you're sorry? What'd you bring back with you? What money did you bring? What fame did you bring? Was it only for nothing, my damn son?
I won the tournament in Gabriel. We have slain many creatures along our way, including well, infernal duke demon thing that's heart now beats in my friend. So he gestures towards Sebastian.
He just like he looks on, like nods in agreement.
He's like halfway through the like, what are you doing? Immediately puts his hands down before she turns, just in case.
You just gotta look
looks
at
you. She looks at you like you're fucking stupid. And she says, yeah, sure, that's what you're going out for. Did you spend everything you won on that tournament on that sword on your back? This is what you're doing for the family? You brought home nothing.
Actually, I didn't get the winnings because my opponent unfortunately passed.
She slaps the ever-living shit out of your head. Just beans you wham. Super hard. It looks like it hurts her more than anything as she, like, clenches her hand afterwards.
He makes it look good for her, though.
And something for Alexi that's really important for the Frost Collier people. Even though all she's talking about is like, what have you brought home? Why haven't you brought any money home or anything like that? The Frost Collier culture has evolved to the point where one shows familial love and ties by coming home with income for the rest of the family to like take part in. Like, if you're not moving out on your own, if you're not supporting your own family, you have to bring like something worth it. It means, because if you don't, it means you're being lazy and you're not working, and you're putting your family through all the stress and unsuredness of not being able to come back home because you're a monster hunter with nothing to show for it in return. Like, no mother wants her child to go out and slay monsters. Like, no mother wants that for their children. It's just been a cultural norm for everyone here, so the least you can do is come back home and bring money with you, or someone else comes back and tells how you died honorably to settle the spirit. Like, if you come back home with nothing, it means that you spent time away from home not thinking of your family.
That's fair. I unfortunately don't have a lot in the realm of money, but I do have items that we could sell. It was a less of a money gathering journey as a one that's, well, brought objects rather than wealth.
She looks at you again with a strong just look of indignation. And she says, it's not about bringing home items to sell. You said you hunted monsters. Where did the money go? You've been gone for 5 months. It's only been 5 months, funny enough, since the tournament. Feels like much longer, though.
Fair.
Fenwith looks like a miserable pile of it, just like half sunk into the thing. Like the sympathy pains from this are not great. He's not translating for you guys, so I'm sorry.
Don't have to. Anas is like slowly, cautiously taking off the helmet, properly putting it aside so he's not fully covered in the house. Just like leaning back, just like I ain't getting involved in this.
He may be a tank, but we're not drawing aggro here.
Sebastian's ready to, like he usually is, to cast a shield the moment this woman thinks she can smack him.
I'm gonna break his mom's hand because she's gonna try and backhand you for saying some dumb shit.
Yeah, it does not seem like his mother is a Frostcollier. But my god, does she put the fear of the gods and all the other Frostcolliers in the house. She doesn't need to be strong to show she's more powerful. She goes into another long tirade of just she kind of guilt trips you in a lot of it. Just, you know, you've been gone. We had no idea where you were going. You said you went south for gods know why. What you did was incredibly slow. You didn't even bring a woman back home. Like, you've literally come home with nothing to show for it. Nothing for the family. No glory, no honor. You won a tournament, then lost it immediately. Like, how stupid is the son that she raised? After all this is done, she's like a few shades redder. She is calming down. You can literally see the aura of heat like rising off of her body. And she just takes a long, deep breath before she looks down at you, Alexei. And then she looks at your companions. And then she's just like, well, introduce them.
Oh, right. Most of them can't speak Hoffman or Goldarian, but... Oh, this is Fenwith, and he will gesture to Fenwith.
Fenwith Giddinson, thank you for your hospitality. Out of nerves, he says in a heavier Goldarian accent than usual, closer to how he'd speak the Sculling.
Her expression changes, and she becomes a lot more courtly, and she's just like, the pleasure is mine. She speaks in a rough common. Her accent is much rougher than Alexi's. And she smiles kindly.
No one believes her.
This is Sebastian.
Hello.
And this is Anastasia.
He bows politely. Thank you for inviting us into your beautiful home.
She smiles and she's like, oh, God, I don't know how I could do this really rough accent. I did not practice enough for this.
I don't know, do you have any family members who just really got it rough over there?
They speak pretty good English.
I
Plus,
figured.
If I speak the way they do, it'll sound really weird because, you know, the whole like hinga-dinga kind of like Norwegian.
Yeah.
That's how they
That's all.
actually speak. Like, it's like, what would she say? What would Halfton say? She's like, it's really no concern. We just wanted to make sure that you all feel welcome in our home. I'm gonna go ahead into the back and start working on some dinner for you all. So don't worry about it. Just enjoy the house as she goes and
Rise and fall
turns.
swings. Really funny to listen to.
That's how they actually speak, though.
Also, Suzanne, that burger's larger than your head.
She will eat a third of it.
I feel that.
And with that, she kind of straightens herself out, and she goes into the back, and you can see her working on stuff in the kitchen.
He quietly whispers across to Alexi, "You're a stupid man."
He's like rubbing his ear.
I told you. I called it.
I am not the smartest man in NR, yes.
Now that mom... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm just carrying on.
Now that mom's vacated, have siblings still in various doorways or...
Well, yeah, they're gonna approach you. I was just giving you a moment to talk in the aftermath. And Alexi, you know, your mother is like from a small middle nowhere town in Hoffman. Like, your father met her on one of his many journeys as a Frost Collier himself and brought her back. And of course, he was already a pretty well-off Frost Collier at the time. And she felt so intimidated by the... Like, she essentially became a noble from a peasant out of nowhere. Due to this, she has developed a very, very strong sense of position. And she works harder at it than anyone else to maintain a nice, courtly appearance, pleasant manner of speaking. She provides for her house, and she rules it with an iron fist. And so that's the reasoning for her, like, her current state is she's just, you know, she has to play the part of the wife of a Frost Collier. It's her duty, and she does it with the utmost pride and tenacity.
And success.
And success.
Yeah.
Alexi will then say to Finn with like, but it looks like I survived making it through the door at least. Says
Let's
with
see if we
a
can
smile.
get you back over the threshold now.
It's also why her accent's much rougher than yours. You grew up with a proper education. They actually have school here and everything, so you're a lot easier to understand. But she's like a hick from out in the middle of nowhere, so her, like, even a Goldarian would roughly understand the way she speaks, and she tries her best to, like, polish it, but she just didn't grow up with the same education, which is why she speaks with the very heavy accents. Which I cannot do a Norwegian accent with a feminine tone. It is impossible for me. I apologize. She is quite womanly. She's not like a big buff woman with like big hairy arms or anything like that. I hope the tone did not imply. Anywho. After that, your brothers kind of come out. You know, they come out. They're tall, like Alexi. Roy is a bit shorter, but Kristoff is about the same height as Alexi. They're both well built. I think Alexi's just bulked up a little bit more over. Or your strength isn't even that high, is it?
Well, strength 8. It's not
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, so they're like Alexi. They seem to take more after their mother though than he does. But they both have short, well-trimmed hair. And they come over and they got the grins on their face that make you want to hit them, Alexi. Because they're like, ha ha, you get in trouble with mom. Kind of looks on their face as they come over, and they kind of both like put a hand on Alexi's shoulder on either side from like behind the couch. And Christoph starts off, he's just like, whew, mom was going to rip the ear right off your head, brother. And Roy's just like, I'm surprised she didn't.
It certainly feels like she did. He touches it just to make sure it's still there.
Yeah, because I was like, yep, definitely bleeding. And Roy's just like, just be glad she didn't drop you straight into the ground. I'm pretty sure she's about to bounce you off like a dropped whisker basket.
Well, it probably helps that I don't talk back like Roy does.
He makes a face as he just kind of stands up and crosses his arms. So, brother, tell us about your friends here.
Yes. Well, everyone, this is Christopher and Jorgen.
It's Roy. Roy is here.
Oh, is
Jorgen
it Roy?
not here.
Oh, okay. So Roy and Christopher. Got it. Well, this is Finwith, the one of the most powerful Goldarians that I've ever met. This
Pops up
is-
just a little, but he like here's a clatter in the kitchen and just back down.
This is Sebastian. Don't let his size fool you. He is a very accomplished warrior himself.
Sebastian nods in agreement.
And this is Anastasia. And don't let his appearance fool you. He is much more accomplished than either of you two are.
He nods for a second, then pauses and like, okay. A great way to start off a conversation.
Immediately
Roy
being
just-
like they're cooler than you.
Roy just raises an eyebrow and judges you slightly. As he's just like, I see. Well, you'll be lucky if you don't work for the Mucker for the next month to make up for everything you've done, Alexi.
Though I don't know about that. There's a important mission in Hiddleston. Where is Roy, by the way?
Out working. Roy's here! Roy's here, Devin! Jorgen! Jorgen is the one who's
Jorgen.
not here.
I mean, you fell for it.
I did fall for it. Because I was expecting something else and then
Why
I
is it
heard it.
always you? Why do you always do this with the names? These are your own characters. NPCs, but still.
Jorgen's out working out, doing, working hard because Alexi had gone missing, and him, he's always looking to fill your shoes.
What was the job?
They both shrug and like, we don't know.
Well, hopefully your mom will let you leave if it's hunting dragons.
They both make a face and kind of look at each other, but they're not gonna say anything quite yet.
Yes, but I should probably bring something back this time.
Lucky you, dragons are big.
Alexi hunting a dragon, they both look at each other and they begin laughing. And they're like, you've always been too big for your shoes, but come on, brother. You can't take a dragon. I mean, when you left, you were like level 5. I should remind you.
True. I think you would be surprised how much I've actually changed since then, brothers. Though, Admittedly, haven't fought a dragon yet. It should be a fun experience.
And they both look at each other and they're just like, they say something that's super Hoffman that none of you understand. It's some kind of idiom that to you, Alexi, mostly translates to "you're full of shit," and it's just coming out of your mouth.
By all means, I am prepared to show you if you would like.
Oh, you can spar with your brothers?
Kristoff is like, "Pah, you know none of us could ever beat you. That doesn't make you worthy of slaying dragons now." Royce is like, "I don't know. He's been out of it for a bit. He's been out in the southern lands. He's probably grown softer in the time."
Two Hoffman Frostcollier versus him fighting Southerners. I'm sure both of you could take him if you work together.
They both look and it just seems like ignorant. Like, "Yeah, brother, you go to slay a dragon, but you can't handle your two younger brothers. Come on, bring it on."
Alright, I will take you both. And, well, I would have taken Jorgen too, but unfortunately he is not here. Maybe Dad will fill in.
Dad's also working, thanks to you.
It did seem like he was probably out too, from what Mom had mentioned anyway.
But yeah, so y'all go to your favorite sparring spot.
Actually, before
Sure.
I guess the transition, Sebastian wants to do something he hasn't done for a long time.
Okay.
He wants to size both of these people up. He wants to
Okay.
size up their
Yay.
combat ability.
Tactics time.
This is a tactics roll, or does it would be insight?
Insight.
Okay. That's why I bumped it up so much.
That, and you have to know how other people experience emotions so you can deftly dodge your own.
174.
Okay, you definitely have a really solid lead on them. Maybe it's due to your like warped sense of perception after everything that you've been through, or maybe it's due to the acknowledgement of your own like progress. Oh, interesting. So, the people of Hoffman are just known as Hoff.
The Hoff.
They're the Hoff. Yep.
Ride the Hoff. It's just a SpongeBob movie.
Yeah. But looking at them both, they seem pretty weak in your eyes. They're less than they're less than a third of your levels.
Hey, lesson from the tournament. Roll non-lethal.
Yeah. Just as they all move off, just aside to like Anastasia or Fenwith or both, just they have no chance. And he follows.
I didn't think so. Lexi's done some pretty cool stuff. He kind of like inches over towards the kitchen and just, ma'am.
She turns around and she looks at you. She's like, "How can I help you, dear?" And she's like slabs a huge like 70-pound thing of meat like on a large cutting board.
Your sons are going to catch up and work up an appetite. It will be outside.
Okay, don't be out too long.
And he slinks back over to the others and says, just in case. Don't want to see that again. He shoots them out after the trio.
Oh, she knows Alexia won't do anything again, because she'll kill him.
Fuck your gnosis. It's over for you. Campaign end. Reroll.
Grabs ear and it just says, "You have died."
You better switch back to Bjorn.
But you take him
well-
out to the field, and tell us, how do you deal with your brothers? They are level 3, and their highest skills are 100.
Well, he also first sees like regular swords or sparring swords, with kind of like a grin on his face.
It's not really a question of that. You all know you can't use real swords against each other. Your techniques are too dangerous, and injuring a frost collier is as good as depriving them of wealth.
That's fair. He will look at them and he go, I guess in more of an older brotherly thing, he'll go, feel free to use any techniques that you need.
They raise an eyebrow, and they're like, he's feeling confident, and Roy is just like, he's going to regret this, as they both like set up and they both of their weapons begin emanating a frosty aura.
Oh, I should probably set this down then. So the sword doesn't stop it from like doing nothing.
Do you want us to
I
hold
guess
your
that's
weapons?
only when it's in his hand, so it's probably fine then.
And that's what offer to hold the weapons if you needed them for more freedom of movement.
Unnecessary.
Everything's about to be unnecessary.
No, come on. I'll let you both have the first strike.
Like I said, tell us how you trounce them, because it's already how do you want to do this.
They don't get to roll.
They can't hurt you. They're not important enough characters to get open rolls. They literally can't hurt Alexei unless he botches.
But does he get to roll style to just...
He can roll style right now if he wants to.
I just did. It's a 283.
Yes. You have impossible style.
You have impossible narrative control. Have at it.
All right. As he allows them to go first, he quite definitely just parries while seemingly not even using his full force. So he's at a -30 for his like defenses and attack. As he will quickly just not in a manner to hurt his brothers, but to kind of make fun of them a little bit. He deliberately like parry somebody in order to like hook the sparring sword under their leg and trip them, and mostly is trying to get them mad. And as they make if they do get mad and make more and more mistakes, he just kind of
Hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Their composure is 10.
Ah, I see.
Hotheads.
I believe it's a persuasion to infuriate people, right?
You don't have to roll. You win.
Yeah.
Like I said, it goes the way you want it to. So show off for us. Assert your dominance.
Paint a picture. What is everything you wish you could style on younger siblings?
As they're using techniques and he's not using any at all, it almost looks like, coincidentally, like a spar with like Anastasia's siblings and their oldest brother. Just like he's just deliberately going in and making it look like oh you're gonna get hit, and then like dodging at the last second, and then kind of like putting them flat on their face.
Spend too much time with Lauren.
Alexi has a grand old time though.
Man, you couldn't animate that up enough for us. You rolled a 280. Show me a 280, Devin. Bring out the creativity. Come on.
Do a flip.
Do a backflip. Just imagine an anime scene, and there you go.
Be extra with it. You're level 12, bud.
I'm level 11.
11, sorry.
It's
yeah.
Anima. This is what we're here for.
Oh,
You're a Viking anime character toying with unnamed extras that only got named because they're related to you.
all right. And as they're just growing angular, he like trips them. He will like doesn't actually do a swing, but he like love taps them in the ass as they're like sailing past him. He even shows some of his strength, like when they clash, he'll just push one over while seemingly blocking the other with his hand. And honestly, his fatigue, he'll probably outlast both of his brothers just in prolonged combat.
How do you finish them then? What is the like shameful finality here that just breaks them both? What is the final insult that they just flop into the snow?
What's your brotherality?
Or is it just like
Brotherality, that's a
or
great
is
one.
the finisher, the most shameful finisher, just you being like, oh come on, keep going, and they like cannot
They're
physically.
finally gonna hit you, and it's just the ice armor reaches through it, throws one into the other. Just done.
As he actually drops his sword and is like, come on, do it again. And as they're just exhausted and they're running over and going in for a swing, probably one high and one low, he just deftly dodges, grabs both their heads, and plants them both into the snow.
Alright, well, once the combat is done, you sit there, didn't even break a sweat. They both roll out of their respective snow piles and are sweating and panting, and they just look completely worn out. And then they look over at each other, and then they just it exacerbates the exhaustion as they just look at how badly both of them got wrecked.
Oh god, I look like that.
Yeah, pretty much. And they're just like, ugh. And Roy's like, okay, you might have gotten a little bit stronger. And Christopher is just like, don't mind him, he's being stupid. Brother, you could probably take a dragon. They're both like laying there, exhausted as they could do literally. And the last time they saw you, 5 months ago, I have to keep adding, this was not the gap between you. They were like 2 levels under you when you like took off at first.
They could still land a blow.
Yeah,
And if both of them had worked against you, would have been a tough fight just on economy
sure.
alone.
because the Frost Collier units have, I'll tell you their stats. Jorgen and your father are stronger.
Oh, for sure.
Like their strength is 7, their agility is 6, their dex is 8. They have 1 or 2 techniques from the False Collier table, and their accumulations are 1 agility, 3 dex, 1 con, 3 strength, 1 willpower, 3 power.
Might want to swap the strength one because there's no strength frost color techniques. It's just a hiccup in the book. I guess technically that book was made before the technique book, though.
Well, it's not to say you couldn't like replace some of the stuff using your strength, technically speaking, because like each technique part you could substitute in the stat. It just makes it a little bit more expensive.
True.
And regardless, their strength index are the same. So their attack is 110 and their dodge is 105. So this is equivalently what the Frostcalier's strength is. Now, granted, compared to law level 3s, they're actually pretty good. Like, they have comparable attack and dodge for their level, and they have techniques. Granted, with those accumulations, they probably wouldn't get many of them off in combat. I have to double check with the early Frostcalier techniques.
It's a little rough. Because they have ones across the board except for strength, right?
No, they have 3 in dex, 3 in power, 3 in strength.
Oh, okay, that makes it a little better. Yeah.
So they should have taken total accumulation like you did.
It's a very valuable one.
It is very good.
Let's see, Frostlander. Ooh, that's 9, 9, and 9. Frostvalar is a little easier with 3, 3, 3. So they could get that off in a turn if they don't attack. Maybe Kolinger at 7 and 7 for con and power. Anything above level 1 though is a little rough.
No, they'd have either Frostlander or Frostvalar.
But Alexei, with kind of a smile on his face, leans down and offers a hand to both of them to get them up. Come on, we don't want Mom to think that you're sleeping.
They both get out. They're groggy and tired. They expended their ki and exhausted themselves out. Like, they're probably also pumping their own fatigue, and they just weren't able to make any real progress on you. To be fair, again, they're less than a third of your level.
True. And even at minus 30s, he's still sporting a 190 and 185 respectively.
Fenwood would say something to try and make them feel better, but he remembers how well that went. I just wanted the man from the tournament to love me.
They don't seem overly hurt by it. Like, if anything, they're more laughing about it than anything. And Alexei has already stated that he's beaten them before, so they're used to it. But now they're like, "Oh my god, Alexei's a completely different person." Equivalently, this is like your brother going out and half a year later coming back an Olympic athlete. Like, if any of you have siblings, that's equivalently the growth.
Look up. I believe Mom was fixing dinner. You look like you both need it.
And they both nod and they're like, yeah. And I just like, ugh. I don't know whatever you did, brother, but it was intense. You'll have to tell us what you did. How did you get so strong, Roy says.
Moth. Fenwood just says under his breath.
Moth was pretty intense, admittedly. I did get a
The
little bit of
soberest in the
strength
prison.
there was indeed the prison. Got to say, I wouldn't recommend it right away, but Moth will probably get you there one way or another.
Or dead.
Or dead.
Anas is just like doing the motion of no.
I don't know, I had fun. I'm still mad I didn't get to fight whatever that big thing was in that little village.
Yeah, but we had already made the decisions before, and it led to consequences. So it was better to give them the choice.
I know. Would've been cool though. It was the size of the village about. Maybe not as big as the Cerberus though. The big one. As tall as a pine tree.
You mention any beasts, and they'll ask you a ton of questions. They seem hungry for information on any beasts you guys come across.
For sure.
Which is
They're in the
pretty
company of two people who love to talk about fights.
And someone
Sebastian's
who
there.
can
Yep.
describe what they look like pretty well. He's a very good memory.
If you talk about like anything in a particular like detail on a mechanical level, they kind of crowd around you.
They're beast hunters. We gotta let them know what's out there.
Sebastian, yeah, no, and this is just the thing with the Pro Scalier is they are beast hunters by trade. And anything they hear now might save their lives later.
Oh yeah,
This
the one
is-
thing that definitely will come up because it's obvious because he's still visibly wearing the Arctic Chimera pelt.
Yeah,
And
You
we'll
don't
also
seem to
use
have-
the totems to like show off too. So like the fangs from the chimera, you know, just the fucking size of the vertebra that he's converted for a back brace. The creepy like red black burned jaws of the Ignis.
You guys have a lot of things out of the Arc Chimera too.
Yeah,
Though Alexei
and,
wasn't part of that one.
Yeah, he would show off the knife as well, and he would use his absurd tactics to also be like, if you're fighting an Arctic Chimera, here's what you do.
they don't seem as interested in the Arctic Chimera.
That's pretty common here.
That's fair.
I'm sure
Yeah.
there's plenty of tales of them.
Well, Frost Kellier also just have techniques that are actually better suited for fighting
Uh-huh.
like Arctic Chimera than others.
I mean, they're pretty much
Nice.
immune to ice half the time, and that's what these things do.
Well, then any other monster that he talks about, Sebastian can back up, like, here's how you fight it.
It's actually really easy. If you've seen an Arctic Chimera or know enough about them, so this thing to be fought, the true Cerberus, he like goes into the details about how it's like basically that, but way fucking bigger. Can stand on two legs, has these giant fucking like lion-headed tails, and it adapts as you fight it. Just talking about all this crazy shit they fought.
The true Arctic or the true Chimera didn't stand on two legs.
Okay, oh, didn't okay.
Nope, it is a large wolf-like beast thing with lion head tails.
Okay.
But yeah, they like you all get back to the house. You're all sitting down or sitting and talking. Alexei's mother is working. She's got a gigantic stew pot that's just being filled with various tubers and is boiling it down. Like she has to feed large, hungry men like every day, very hearty meals. Like
At a calorie pack, man.
yeah, you have like 5K calorie meals by the time dinner comes around. Like you get a steak the size of a hamburger, and you get tons of tubers and hearty vegetables and all that kind of stuff. You guys get a plate you would think would be fed to like a dragon for a meal. As,
There's a reason Alexei has a constitution of 10.
yeah. She feeds them here. She feeds them. That's
This is
for
the
sure.
king's feast for Finwith.
Anastasia and I are in trouble here.
Just warily look at Finwith.
He's delighted. This is like everything that they try to eat, but he's not really had the most of the time. I mean, he's been in a couple situations where he's been more than fed, but this is like close enough to like this is what people in Goldar would eat too, because similar climates and similar requirements, but never to this like immense amount or tier, at least not from home.
I don't suppose the Frey house has a pet we can slip food under the table, is there? Because Anasa's gonna keep getting
Nope.
such a fraction.
If you can sleight of hand stuff onto Finwith's plate, it will get hoovered up.
Well, I certainly hope there's not Frost Collier customs about like, you gotta eat everything on your plate or whatever.
No, actually, it's the opposite. If she doesn't give you too much to eat, she did it wrong.
Well, she gets satisfied then in a few minutes. Sebastian
like-
already doesn't eat much, so
Yeah. Finwith like switches between eating and then like he'll swap back into whatever they were last telling him about. And like if they exhaust their stuff, he'll start sharing like tales that he's heard of other things, because like he like begged Kitwana for stories of like what's in Nonway and stuff. So he'll share that too, and like fighting tactics that he heard for them. Just like this is what he lives for. Fuck yeah. Monsters and the cool shit they can do. Just doesn't
Alexi's
mention he can do
mom
them.
sees that like Sebastian is struggling, and she's like, "Don't worry, just focus on the meat. You don't have to worry about the vegetables."
Lady after my own heart.
Obviously, you need more calories.
I mean, a normal person, yeah.
He
but,
doesn't
like,
do anything to
I don't
burn them.
do
He
anything.
floats.
No, that's true.
He needs
Um,
sugar, actually. He needs sugar more than he does calories, because he needs brain fuel, not muscle fuel.
Those people could sling Sebastian over their shoulder like a sash at this point.
It's just getting to him that would require that, yeah. Like the moment
I
you're
could-
able to lay a hand on him, like
I
oh
can
yeah,
kill you with my bare hands.
easily. Fucking
I don't even
easily.
need the bare hands.
Sebastian has no physical defenses. All he can do is psychic shit. He just kind of like nods as I can try.
You get 1/10 of your steak done.
Yeah.
That's pushing it. Like I said, it's like a 5-inch steak. Like this is
Sebastian has the meat sweats.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Finwith tries his
how do you
best.
how
He
do
will
you
eventually
deal
get
with
this.
these human customs of eating food?
Very slowly.
Just
I don't think
licking
even-
the blood off of it.
Can I have mine rare? Squeegees it into his mouth.
Maybe if you drain enough blood, it'll look small enough to where you took bites.
Just cutting bits off and putting them in his helmet down on the floor. Apparently they got her.
I gotta say too, like, I always thought, like, whenever I heard it, like, the meat sweats was, like, not a thing. I always thought that was just, like, a figure of speech or something, until I've been to, like, a Brazilian steakhouse. Those restaurants where
Yep.
they just serve you endless fucking meat.
Yep.
Good lord. Like,
I don't know if it's true, because the only thing I thought when I went to a Brazilian steakhouse was, if you don't bring me more Parmesan encrusted pork, I'm literally gonna burn this
that
establishment
was
to the ground.
those are so good.
Where is the man with the Parmesan encrusted pork? Green card. Nothing else mattered.
No, it was, the issue is that my dad and my uncle made it a competition. And so it was just, I'm not gonna tap out first. Just for all three of us. It was a
Ridiculous.
bad night, but also very
It
good.
was a bad night.
Never has something with regret been said with so much satisfaction, too.
And Us doesn't even get through 1/16 of the steak before he's like, I'm good. Mainly because it's such a huge contrast in flavor in comparison to just standard blood. Plus, food doesn't taste the same for him, but he doesn't want to insult her by not eating what's on his plate.
It's practically like ash, right? I think.
No,
No,
that's
that's-
not what it is. So it's
Wow.
just they don't eat that kind of thing. It's like when you have a dish you don't like eat because it's not native to you, and you eat it and you're just like, oh god, what's this texture and this flavor? Like for Anasasie, like biting into this is like, imagine cutting into your steak and eating it, and it has a crunchy but gooey texture. Imagine eating a steak like that. That's equivalently the discomfort he has.
That's what happens when you drink tomato juice your entire life and then eat a hamburger for the first time. You're like, I'm not sure what journey I just went on, but I'd like to go back.
Y'all humans are insane. You burn your food, essentially. It makes no sense.
And combine it with other things.
Yeah,
Weird shit. Why are
That's
you
what I
eating
was gonna say,
plants?
they're just
when you
like-
have blood.
Man, I just need to like bite some dude's neck and I'm fine. But you guys, you have to go all over the world. You have to combine multiple things just to eat. Humans are super inefficient.
It took you hours to cook that? It took some dude hours to replenish his blood. If he got to.
Fortunately, you're the youngest looking, and she's being nice. She's not gonna mother you, fortunately, and be like, no, eat your fill, even if it makes you feel sick. You'll be bigger in the morning. Like, no, she's very cordial, and she's like, no, don't worry about it. It's just there for you if you want to eat it.
he nods in appreciation.
Honestly, Anasasie could probably like scarf it and then go outside and cut his stomach open and drop it out and probably not be too untowardly affected.
The grim part is that that's probably true.
Well, yeah, let's see. What's your regeneration per day resting?
Let's see.
Because I would say like doing that would be like 100 damage.
With advanced regen, it's 250 for resting.
Yeah.
Hey, if I level up and I take the greater regen, it's 1 per minute.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I have 30 resting.
Yeah, you could literally go cut your stomach open and drop it out. It wouldn't feel good. But you could do it, and by tomorrow there would be no evidence.
He's not going to do that. He's going to at least be polite. He's had to be among humans for too long for him to just go, you know what, I'm just going to expunge this from my system. I will at least put up with this and then just...
Oh,
Oh,
no,
no.
you have to. Whatever food you eat has to leave your body somehow.
Okay.
Vampires don't poop.
Hey, at least here's the benefit. You're not a Vampire the Masquerade vampire who, upon literally having anything that is not blood go into their system, immediately violently projectile vomits it.
Yep.
Unless you have a very specific ability that I think like only like Toreadors pretty much get. Maybe Ventru, which is you can pretend to hold it down for a bit and like you can kind of taste it. It doesn't taste like ash, but you need to go throw that up, or else you're going to throw it up.
A pretty good turn of phrase for a lot of things is "Thank God you're not like the vampires from Vampire the Masquerade."
That's
It's
Yeah.
a pretty good like baseline.
Yeah.
They got the shit stick.
They really
honestly.
did.
He'll politely eat it now, and when they have a bit more free time, he will go off and vomit.
But yeah, it's canon. Vitella don't poop.
And
I
thank
don't tell it
goodness,
to
like,
poop, and you can't change it.
and at least like for Sebastian eternally, it's like thank goodness they're just letting me eat as much as I want. I don't like when people are pushy about it.
You don't like when people are pushy.
No.
Actually, maybe Anas would try to sleight of hand some stuff onto Finlet's plate.
There's only so much the man can take.
He's not going to give the entire steak to you. He's like, maybe a small portion of it onto your plate.
These plates are designed not to be finished.
Denwith tries his level best, but he is defeated. She wins.
Even Alexi, who is experienced in this field, probably doesn't finish.
But once you're all overly stuffed, she takes all your plates and sets them aside, and you hear the sound of a grinder as she literally takes everything you guys don't finish and just turns it into a combined sludge.
Be great compost if anything fucking grew out here.
It's true. No, this is breakfast for tomorrow.
Okay.
That's what she had threatened the kids
Leftovers
with in the
too.
morning is whatever you don't finish, you got to eat tomorrow.
Protein shake. There's some vegetables in there too.
All the siblings looking at Sebastian and Anastasia's plates like, what the fuck, man?
You said to watch out for these two? Fuck you. They couldn't win a fight against a pea on their plate. Bested by a green bean.
If they're up for sparring, Anas is up for it.
I don't think they're up for it.
Probably.
Not
They're
today.
pretty tired.
Not today, no. But if eventually they want to do it down the road, he's up for it.
Yeah, can we spend each like day by day humiliating your younger brothers?
You know what? Instead of taking the 3 months to hike the mountains in winter, instead we will just waste our time before we get on the ship and make the trip in one day by spending 2 months and 30 or 29 days beating the shit out of your brothers. They'll get
It
some
was
levels
1
out of
month.
it, maybe.
It was 1 month and 10 days.
Okay.
A day.
Okay. So we'll spend a month and 9 days beating the shit out of your brothers. Maybe they'll get some experience and level up somewhere along the way. We count as masters for training people, right?
Unfortunately.
It would count as surviving an impossible fight, right?
How much of an XP bump did these two get just from that sparring match?
Nothing. So, for non-hero characters to level in the world, they have to train like a downtime activity to get essentially XP.
Oh, they have to work for it.
Yeah, they
I
have to
like it.
work for it.
Losers.
They don't go into town and have like emotional moments and then get somehow stronger in the end of it like you guys do.
I just cried and I leveled up, so I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on here.
I'm sure that's happened at some point in any Anima game. It's just like,
Yes,
We
it
just-
has.
We have definitely leveled up because we
done that.
cried.
Sebastian's just like, I don't understand how I gained so much power.
It was all the emotional turmoil.
I had iced cream with my father, and now I'm stronger for it.
That was your level up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So
Great.
yeah,
yep.
I leveled
So,
up over
yeah.
Radovan's therapy session.
yeah.
That was what pushed me over.
So yeah, you're all just freaks.
No, we're fated. There's a reason Astrid wasn't giving it up. Fuck you. I want to level up crying with my friends.
I now really like the idea of just like the characters, like whatever the session they did in that session they leveled up, just trying to offer it to NPCs. Like, here's a bowl of ice cream. Like, no, this worked for me. Come on, just eat it.
Maybe it's just a class requirement. Or you could just be Dawn and just one day, like, be sitting on a bed. Your party member, like, glances over and something you, boom! Like, ripped as shit.
Terrifying.
Oh
But yes.
God, I remember that point where they were in the bar and it's like, hit me. Do you want me to make it look good? Yeah. And then all of a sudden,
Expand.
he gets swole.
He did,
It swings.
he did the little scene
Immediate
from One
irony.
Punch Man.
Like, I regret this. Like, I regret saying this.
You had just long enough to think, and then hit the floor. Anyway, this game.
Yeah.
Yep. If you tell your mother about, the dragons and everything like that, she gives you a very solemn look, but she'll nod and just be like, well, if they think you're up to the challenge, then I'm not someone to stop you. But she does give you a very, like, forlorn look as dragons ain't like, well, one, like, even these people are like, dragons aren't real, but the Frost Colliers say dragons are real. Dragons are real, and the stories are probably true. That's the reality of the situation. And even though you go and you hunt monsters, like, the worst the standard Frost Collier fights is maybe like an Arctic Chimera or something like that. Dangerous for your average citizen anywhere else in the world, but the Frost Collier are like an elite unit. But like a dragon is something potentially just unkillable, even by a group of Frost Collier.
It's something that in stories levels cities on a whim.
In this game, I can easily level a city on a whim.
Yep. Do drive by. Come and gone from a mile away, in fact.
Yeah, it's like an 80-foot radius cone with a mile length.
Christ.
It's terrifying.
And we're gonna go fight too. Not at the same time. Preferably.
Hopefully.
I didn't like Cameron's smile. We might be fighting too.
What? You guys are level 11. What are you worried about?
It's Anima.
That I'm
Yeah,
not level 12.
it's
I don't know.
Anima.
And hey, we never know what could happen. And you can change stat blocks.
Who says I haven't already? Anyway. But what's the plan? So are you staying the night there?
If everyone's up for it, Alexei would probably like to stay the night there.
They have guest rooms for everyone.
Sebastian has no objections.
If you want to, yeah. Okay. I'm sure she'd appreciate having you around for a little bit longer. Even if she doesn't think it, we'll make sure you come back.
I have all the faith in the world in all of you. And he pats and grips Finwith on the shoulder.
He kind of wraps the arm back around to kind of grab yours and hangs on for just a moment. Do you think there's any way that we could get a dragon skull on the temple and bring it here? Do you think they would like a dragon skull?
I think that would be very impressive, and now kinda want it to happen, so we'll have to see.
Maybe we can put it somewhere where it's like looking at the training yard, and then your brothers can just stare it in the face all the time.
Yes, let's give them depression by knowing they can never get to Alexei's height.
Clearly, if they were... That's their problem. If they were main characters, they would think, this is the beginning of my campaign.
It's true, maybe you guys will play him in the next phase.
Yeah, your brothers... maybe not.
I
don't
well,
like the
I guess
cold.
they'll be just normal elite units then.
Listen, Cameron, if I play anybody with like a cold vibe, I'll actually die myself, IRL. I'm that susceptible.
You
to
already
cold damage.
are. What are you talking about?
No, but I don't use like ice powers exclusively as my theme. I'm just from somewhere cold in this game. If I start slinging around ice, I'm gonna get too into character and I'm gonna freeze to death sitting right here in the seat. I don't think you
You
understand.
just watch
I
Vale
can-
grow bluer and bluer over the
I can
course of a
barely
session.
move my hands sometimes. It gets so damn cold. My joints lock up. But we spend the fucking night at your family's dreaming about where in NR we would put a fucking dragon skull.
But before bed, Alexei, having noticed that his mom had a rather sad look to her, Alexei would probably approach his mom.
Okay. She's setting the gruel in the sausage package as you do so.
He shivers as he remembers. But he'll walk up and go, "Hey, Ma."
She looks over her shoulder for a moment, raising an eyebrow, and then she continues, and she's like, "Hello, son. What do you want?"
I was just coming to spend time with my mom. I don't want you to worry too much about the mission. I will come back.
She's working for a moment, like pounding, tenderizing the sausage and tying him up nice and tight, and
He'll wash his hands a little bit and then begin trying to help.
and she's like, "When I met your father, I was expecting him to never come home some days. This is just something I've gotten used to, and being all his children, all my boys have done the same. And even I know that not everyone always wins their fights. There are many widows amongst us here in Anna. Everything in me wants to tell you not to go and to stay. Do something easier, you know. Worry about bears or wildcats or something like that, but that's not what a frost collier does. They hunt monsters. When you came back home from that hunt where all your seniors died, I was so happy that of all of those powerful people, at least my son came home. But I didn't stop you from going back out, working more. I didn't stop you practicing and continuing being a frost collier. Because I knew deep down that it's what you were meant to do. Don't tell me you're going to come back home for sure. I don't want my son dying a liar. It's enough that you're here. It's enough that you are thinking about the family. And I was hoping that since you had grown up into such a great warrior that your father would stay home more often, but oh no, you had to go out on your own.
Sorry about that. I did meet some really good friends, though.
It's nothing. It's as the saying goes. Frost collier like frozen winds. They go where they can to chill the bones of their foes. So, just... She's thinking about for a moment. She kind of like sets everything down and she kind of turns to look at you. Her eyes at first cast down. She looks at you. Just don't die with regrets. And also, could you leave me with some grandkids or something? As she like slaps your stomach really hard. And she's just like, I figured if you were going to go south, you would have at least picked someone up. But no. Of course, you come back ever more the bachelor than you were before.
Surrounded by bachelors.
I could at least try. I had a lot of goals in my sights. That has been one of the lesser ones, but I could move it up on the list for my mom when he nudges her.
At least stop by an orphanage or something. Come on.
It's true. Give them a better chance to be great warriors someday.
As long as someone's calling me grandmother, I'd be happy.
I'll look into it, Mom.
She gives a half smile. She says, but you don't have to worry about me. Your brothers are more of a handful than I can even deal with anyway. Last thing is another one of you coming around causing problems at home.
I suppose that's fair. Heard the organ's been continuing to get strong.
Well, ever since you left, he's been motivated, I'd say. He wanted to fill your shoes. Hopefully it doesn't get him in trouble. That's just the thing, isn't it, son? We're all family. We're all looking out for each other, and you just have to let us know if you're going to do something stupid, so at least we're prepared.
Part of the reason why I came home. Let you know that your son is about to go into a... He doesn't want to say what he really thinks, but into a stupid fight. Says with a smile.
She just turns and, like, slaps your chest really hard. Like, right on the nipple, just whap. And she's like, I want to know before you head out on your ventures. Don't tell me afterwards. And telling me now that you're going on another one after just getting home. Just like spitting on my shoes.
We'll bring back honor and something really special when I come home.
You better. She turns and begins working on the sausage again. If you come back home empty-handed twice, I'm just gonna tie you down and marry you off to any girl in town.
Thanks. Who would his mom pick for him in this village? Would you say?
Someone like her, which is horrifying.
Your ears gone.
You just imagine being married to someone who just treats you the same way your mom does.
You're gonna be deaf and blind.
It makes you know the depth that this is a literal threat.
I love you, Mom. He just continues helping with the sausages.
She's like, I love you too, even if you're a pain in my ass.
I love you even if you are a pain in my ear. It's a jokingly.
She just backhands your side again, your flank.
She has to put her all into it to even be felt by all these meatheads.
It's not the damage, it's the action that she's going for.
No, she's gotta have impact though. It's gotta give a message.
What would happen if one of these frost collier developed a damage barrier, though? Like,
She bypasses it with the power of mom.
oh no.
You wouldn't dare raise a damage barrier in my household.
Either way, Alexei deliberately uses his style to give her a little bit more oomph to everything.
Oh yes, the gruel packages will be prettier, so that when you eat them tomorrow, you can just be like, "Ah, man, this looks so much better than it tastes."
Oh no, he meant the slaps to make it seem like she's
Slaps
doing
and
more.
everything.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then, as you know, you're getting hit. She can't help but laugh as you're just quite the character. And
I've been wounded. I've been bisected. Cut in half in a single blow. It runs in the family. Klaus to the floor.
Also grim.
Yeah, how do you think about?
but yeah, it's you know, being married to a frost collier for the better part of 30 years is given her a sense of, life and death is just a part of living in the north, and most people die a widow. No one ever, lives to old age with their partner, especially for women who tend to work at home. Not always, and I mean, especially in NR, you've definitely seen a lot of frost collier women as well. But like where she's from, the woman stayed at home, and many outlived their husbands, unfortunately.
What are Hoffman's main exports? Widows and widowers.
Badass fucking warriors.
Yeah, that's actually what their greatest export actually is. Fighters.
Beds are real nice, though. Benwith enjoys yet another house that feels like a home.
And if there's not anything for anybody else, is it alright if we take a quick bathroom break?
Yeah, it's fine. Anas is just vomiting behind the house anyway, so he's fine.
Water, so yeah.
All right, sounds good. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick bathroom break. We'll be back. If you're watching so far and you haven't done so already, please follow. See more amazing content like this. We do Cradle to Crypt every Monday from 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you want the chance to pause a game with us in the future, go down to the Discord link down below and check us out there. I always recruit there first for any of the games I have in the future. And we will be having a table talk tomorrow instead of our regularly scheduled Pathfinder game. We'll be talking about Warhammer. So that's going to be interesting. And I guess we're going to have a three-man show if we're doing on Tuesday now with Devin, Alex, and myself. So,
Yeah.
Sure.
and maybe Suzanne, who knows?
I would
this
join,
is-
but the only thing I'm going to talk about is how much the Tyranids rock, and also that the Catan are cooler than everybody else.
Both are correct.
Can your
Both
bitch
are
ass say
accurate.
you eat stars for dinner? Didn't think so.
But with that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to be back about 7:10 Pacific Standard Time or 10:10 Vale Time. So, we'll be back. Hello, we are back. Sorry for the extended wait there. Just had to use the restroom. Extra 10 minutes is fine. Not fine for the VOD watchers. But alright. So, y'all rest. Oh, sick. They've added a new effects tab to Roll20.
Oh shit.
Oh, cool.
That's so weird.
Whoa.
I mean, pick something other than acid.
Snow. Make it
Okay,
snow.
I can make it snow, I think. Yes. That's not
I
snow.
would not say snow.
That's not
That's-
I would
snow.
I would
say-
say spiritual fire.
I would
That-
say 50-mile long ice weapon, ice
Yeah.
breath weapon.
This is the frost setting.
The
So
peak of the world's in fucking danger right now. Holy shit.
yeah.
Oh, there's shit's popping up there.
For those
Oh shit! Earth's waking up.
Oh no.
for those of you at home, this is the thing you can do now apparently. That's really interesting. Really cool. It doesn't add anything other than flavor, but I'll take it. This is a new thing that you can just do on Roll20 now, apparently.
It kind of makes up for having some assets. I can see it being used that way.
But alright, so I saw the tab and I was just like, I want to play with that. So I did. Anyway, y'all stay the night. When you wake up, I mean, their beds are warm. Really, really warm. They're not a place that has, like, sheets. They have comforters and thick blankets. It's like staying in Norway in summer is absolutely miserable. Because you go to bed and you're just like, and then you just sleep half naked because they only have comforters. No sheets, nothing thin. Only dense blankets.
My kind of place. I have micro fleece sheets just in case I really want to burn up. 3 layers of comforters. Toasty.
But as morning comes around, you're all presented with your morning sausages. There's a big plate of them, especially since some people didn't eat all that much. They're okay. They taste surprisingly like sausage. But some of them have like potato-y bits in them. Potato-y or carrot bits. Maybe turnip. Radish.
It's fine. I cannot express it. Finwith has eaten worse.
But what's the plan for this day? Are you heading out early? What are y'all doing?
Let's go disappoint some more Frost Collier. Huh? Unless there was anything else anybody needed to do while in civilization.
Nope, Anas can't find what he needs anyway, so no point for him.
Nothing really for Sebastian.
Okay.
Alexi will hand you an old history book he used to have.
Who's you? Who is you?
The person who can read.
Anastasia, because they were looking for a book to read.
I'm
I
sorry,
see.
Sebastian. You can read.
Better question, is it in Goltarian?
Pictures.
Because if it is, he'll politely accept it, but he's like, I can't fucking read this thing.
It's probably written in Hoff.
Do you think you can get
Probably.
the library hologram lady to read it to you?
I don't know if that's how that works. He is unsure. He may try it.
It's language banks for Hoffman is just aged like 200 something years or whatever. But no, if
All
he
right,
doesn't-
Finwith can understand it. Can Finwith read Hoffman?
Finwith, well, yeah, he can read that. He can't read Latin at all. And he's not great at reading. He's got basic words and stuff, but they didn't exactly have a whole lot of books and scrolls with the sculling tribes that live in the fucking high mountains. So he knows how to read some signs, and at this point, he's not going to admit it's mostly because he's been traveling. That's it. So he knows what he had to learn for, like, shamanism. That's it.
Which is mostly just vague runes that
Yeah,
aren't even
mostly.
actually language.
They're more, like, used in the alphabet, but, like, they're not used like that. So no, Finwith is illiterate, basically.
It's like Hiragana. But anyway, as you're all heading out, Alexi's mom comes up and she's like, "Be safe. Take this with you." And she hands you all like armful of sausages and gives extra sausages to Anastasia and Sebastian with a wink.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Just doing what I can for Alexi's friends.
Alexa's just smiling.
Now go out and make us proud, son.
You got it, Mom.
Roy and Christopher are standing behind her and they're just waving you off and then just like, "Bring me back some scales, brother. I'll take a horn."
I'll see what I can do. There's a lot of frost color there. Who knows what parts they want to like claim.
Also,
fair.
I'm pretty sure.
Like dog piles it.
They're also not going to be able to do much with a horn. I think your brothers can barely lift the scales. They can use those lift weights.
Oof.
Also, I don't think your mom would like it if you put a dragon horn in her house. It might eat up a bit of room.
Maybe just a tad.
They got a big house.
Uh-huh. Do you want to put a dragon horn in the dead middle of it?
Yeah, just make an attachment to the
Maybe.
roof.
It's a dragon horn. Wouldn't you want to?
Where the fuck would you fit it? Actually, here, no, carve it into a table, like people who carve, like, whole, like, fucking tree logs into it. It's a whole trunk.
Good work.
So
What
what's
a
in Sebastian?
flex. Go ahead.
What's up, Sebastian? You were saying something.
Was I?
You made some noise.
I have
Well-
no memory of this.
Yeah, the congestion has gotten to his brain. It has spread.
Might have.
As soon as they're out of sight, Anos just like passes the sausages he was given to like Finwith and Alexi.
Sebastian like looks at all of the sausages they got. How, in his knowledge, his survival knowledge, does he know how long sausages last?
Oh, quite a while. They're typically filled with oil.
And he's gonna keep them. He's set for a while now. Like, no reason to give them away.
I can't stand like authentic sausage because it's so oily. Like
I've never
it's
had to change
really
that.
greasy. It's because it's supposed to make it last, which it does. Sausage, even left out like in open air, can last for like months.
Are you saying you don't like to bite down into your meat and have it explode?
I mean, that's already not pleasant for me, but it's also just the texture is just like slippery.
Man, that's something I want to try like once. I've only ever had like American like sausage, so I've never actually had like how it's meant to be.
More oily, more grizzly. That's about the difference. But
Well,
feel free to try it.
yeah, I'll try it one day. I mean, either way, Sebastian has very little care for taste. He just cares about eating something to like, not be hungry. So he doesn't mind.
But yeah, where do y'all go?
Ace really wants that chicken.
He's a
He's
spoiled
angling
kitty.
hard for it.
Our kitty's just sleeping there.
I don't know what my cat's doing.
Just glad she's not sleeping with one eye open this time. That was terrifying to like see. Oh, look how cute she is, and look over and it's this eye looking at me.
It's okay. She was sleeping right here in this little thing beside me, and her eyes were like half open. Like the eyelids were like not even completely like they were just like half there. Like the extra material. And she was dreaming and her eyes were half open, so she was just like convulsing there with her eyes, and you could see her pupils were dilating, and I'm just like, you're possessed, cat. And I was watching her just like being weirded out when Devin walked around the corner and she like woke up and turned around.
Cats.
Cats. They're actually demons.
They certainly make noises about 3 a.m. that make you think they are.
Yep.
The benefit of having animals, if you're scared of ghosts, which is what my wife's whole goal is, if you have pets, then you never have to be like, is this house haunted? So you can just go, it's just a dog. It's just a cat. It's just one of the animals. It's fine. Roll
You're
back over
fine
and
until
sleep.
they start staring in the corner for an hour straight.
And barking, yeah.
Yeah, Celeste is quiet, but what she doesn't give in noise, God, does she make up for it in demands.
And havoc.
I wouldn't say she's quiet. She trills a lot. She's just like
Yeah.
all the time, just whatever she's doing, just everything.
It's fitting. Except ours can't even hear it, so she's just making fucking noise to make noise. But yes, this game.
Yes, what are you doing?
We somehow getting in contact with Olin so we can just take the 1-day trip.
Alexi will turn to everybody. He's like, all right, we have no idea how long we will be. Is there anything else that anybody needs to do?
Nothing for me.
Short of asking around for this, and he just motions the sword. No, not really.
I mean, if I need anything, I normally just pull it off of other things, so we're fine.
That is fair. All right. And then they'll leave the village, and then I guess get in touch with Olin.
Okay, so y'all kind of go out, do your thing, go back up. You're in the room and you're telling Olin where you need to go, and he's just like, "I'm sorry, but we can't take the temple that way. We'd be entering in nearly 100 miles into the dragon's territory."
Well, I guess the closest straight path you can drop us off on.
That would be this city.
Oh,
Not
we're
bad.
actually gonna walk a month?
As I mentioned before, sorry. The tower is like around, oh, that's not the right button anymore. Tower's around like here. And any further like eastward is like dragon territory.
Oh yeah.
So, Anar was like the closest he was willing to get. Because the even where the temple site in was like right on the edge of the dragon's territory.
And easier for a path already made up to there than trekking the mountains, so.
Yep.
Fair.
Indeed it is.
Oh, we actually get to go then. Do you want any sausages before we leave? Fresh. Fresh sausages get.
Are you talking to Olin?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he's like, I'm fine. The temple provides what I need.
But it would give you the authentic taste of Hoffman. And or at least.
I could print sausages.
What a wizard thing to say.
Sebastian nodding along like he's so right. He's so right.
Finwith would say it's different, except no, it's really not. It just tastes the same. You can't taste the love in it. The magic's too advanced. They studied love, dissected it, shoved it in a 3D food printer. Well, Finwith goes and gets his more extended stay gear from his nest. And we'll return back.
Lexi will make sure that he has his backpack with good equipment for climbing and survival in it.
Hopefully you'll use it.
I mean, if we let him,
Yeah.
I could just pick him up.
Same.
And that's pretty much just grabs his basic camping gear and then he waits for everyone.
So, fun fact about magic, and what I find really interesting, eating magical food, right? You'd figure, like, oh, that can't be that good for you. But no, as long as the spell is maintained, the food does its thing. Like, as soon as you wait like a couple days, you wait like a full day, and then you release the spell, and whatever has become of that food, energy, sweat, other stuff, just disappears.
But by then
Literally-
you've eaten more magic food, so you're fine.
Literally, being in this temple, they would have no need to, like, dump waste, because it just doesn't exist. They just need a place to hold it for a bit. Magic is weird.
Thank you, Anima, for answering questions we didn't really need answered. Appreciate it. I can't say anything considering our Deadlands campaign. And,
Yeah, that's
extra-
true. I learned a lot about various condiments.
Yep, and when certain establishments were opened.
You would be surprised about
Nope.
He
anything.
really would.
But yeah, so once everybody's packed up, we're good to go. I guess the only thing left is, I guess, if you notice anything on the, he just kind of gestures at the screens. You can let us know.
I will do my best.
Though I should probably ask, did we need a tent or do we already have one?
I have a 4-person tent.
He's willing to share it. He's
Not
come
what
so
I said.
far. Yeah, I've had camping stuff for like forever.
I've got my own tent.
Well, as provider, you will get the most warmth. He jokes at Sebastian.
Frowns.
And the more people you have in the tent, the warmer it will be.
Anash just shrugs. He's practically dead, so he doesn't give off heat, nor does he need it.
Logically, you're correct, but I still don't like it.
Yeah, I remember when we went to hunt the Arctic Chimera. Probably better that you didn't join us. Finwood just thinks back to just starfishing over people. Just, yeah. He's heat-seeking and clingy, but he produces so much heat. Bjorn was fucking dying. I had to kick him off a couple times to go stand in the fucking blizzard to be like, Christ.
And all the reason for that is because he had the disadvantage that he was susceptible to heat.
Yep.
Oh man, I forgot I took the disadvantage for Sebastian that he's susceptible to disease. I picked that because
I think it came up once.
might have, but like I picked that because Sebastian grew up in a laboratory setting, like pretty sterile environment. So like he's never been exposed to like most diseases when he like growing up. So
You never got the chicken pox unless they gave you the vaccine.
never really got anything.
The one redeeming moral of Black Sun, they're not anti-vaxxers.
Yeah. If something did pop up, it was probably dealt with really quickly.
Unless they intentionally don't do it so they can study how it affects you.
Yeah.
This burger I got, the entire bottom bun is soaked, so I can't actually pick it up.
Jesus.
Just flip it around. Go at it with a fork, a knife. Make a salad of it. Or you can toss it in the sink grinder and make yourself some sausage.
Yum, yum, yum. Anima has a large lack of monsters that use diseases. Only
Does-
some that have poisons.
It doesn't help the disease table is shit in comparison to the poison table.
It's true.
I was about to say there's a disease table, like but
There's not a
It's
disease table.
Anima.
Oh,
There's a table for everything.
There is not a table for diseases.
Trust me, I
There
tried
is a
looking it up because Ishtar had a spell for disease, and I'm sitting like, oh cool, what diseases can I infect? And I looked, and there was nothing.
damn. You can make
yeah.
a disease. What disease? A disease.
They're like, we will put this in the game eventually. They did not.
That's what the reprints are. Like that's what the they're coming back.
That's
just
the only
on a tiny
change.
little
But-
little pamphlet on diseases.
But don't worry, Alex. I can defend your right to say how stupid that is with the lawyer rules that are.
Yeah, that's really dumb.
Anyway.
Lawyer and seduction systems
Anima.
and Anima aside.
Yeah. So, y'all get what you need. You don't even spend a gold piece if there's any like rations you feel like you're missing.
Packs up some spare blood packs is a possible caution.
What do you mean? They're coming with you.
Finwood hasn't healed yet. You keep your fangs to yourself.
He can't go to Sebastian, that leaves Alexi.
Oh yeah, you get to finally try Alexi brand blood.
It's a brain freeze, he already knows this.
You've been
Is it-
enjoying a mixture of rabbits and Finwood for a while.
Yeah, he's actually grown a couple inches thanks to Finwith.
I don't know how I want to take that, so let's just move on. So, you begin hiking through the mountains. It is kind of a rough journey, honestly. Y'all have been spoiled for like the last 5 months or more with the temple.
There's like the initial novelty of it though, where it's like, this is how we were meant to travel. And then it like gets grim as it continues.
Well, it's just like, oh, this is how you're meant to travel. You go the whole day, and you camp out, and you look over, and you can see Anard down in the valley, and you're like, we walked the whole day. Town is just right down there.
It's been so long since I've hiked up mountains. I'm just kidding. We did this whole thing up to the temple before. And also, I have wings. And then I can fly all day.
Anasa's weight elimination.
You still have to walk, though.
True, but it makes any possible trekking through snow if we get any higher elevation a lot easier.
Oh shit!
And Alexi has snowshoes.
I just realized something. Oh fuck! So we can like maybe move faster because if anyone's like tired or whatever, psychic just lift you, and we just keep moving. Like,
Just levitate up over everything so we don't have to,
Yeah.
like, hike it. Just,
guys, all
we're
right,
still
guys,
crows fly.
let's take some like a quick food break. It's just okay. Sebastian picks everyone up, and we just slowly move over like a canyon or something.
Yeah, because you can just pick up the two of them and maintain the slots.
I can pick up all of you if I wanted. I have
Fenwith
4
enjoys
innate
flying.
slots.
It's
So,
tiring, but he enjoys it.
Yeah.
And plus, he can still fly faster than you guys, even at your like, even if you roll well, because it maintains lower.
See, I mean it even in that case, like even if it's just like you're doing something else actively while Sebastian's doing all the work moving you. Like it is something to speed up travel.
Yeah, I mean you can do it to them. I have a flight speed of 14. Finwood would probably just
Okay.
fly ahead, perch somewhere and rest.
12, not 14.
12, sorry, yeah.
14's
Still.
very different. It's a lot,
Yeah, I know,
lot
I know.
faster.
We got
I
the
just-
we're stuck in her. It's 12. Still.
I just imagine Alexi and Anastasia next to each other in the air. He's like, looks over to him. You know, after having done this quite so much, do you feel like you have an understanding of like carrying a small animal is like for them?
No. Just kind of looks a little upset that he's being carried. He's not going to argue because it makes the travel faster, but he looks a little disappointed that he's not actually working out.
You can run.
It's not for the whole time.
Yeah.
For the...
Oh, I know. But he's also slightly disappointed in Sebastian because the months he wasted on Sebastian to get his core muscles up so the man knew basic exercises, only for him to go, you know what? Fuck it! Starts levitating everywhere.
I have surpassed the need for calves. Rises in the T-pose. Finwood just enjoys flying over the mountains.
That's a very fair anger thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's admittedly it's not very hard to convince Sebastian to restart it. You just have to know what buttons to push. There's like a few buttons you can push for him to be like, "I'll do anything you say."
It makes you
Sure.
stronger. You had me at it makes you.
That's
I
how you did
assume
it
Stronger
before.
followed it.
You said, "I'm going to make you exercise." That sounds pointless. It'll make you stronger. I'm in.
Oh, and we could do like as we're like Staffy for traveling. We Alexi continue working with you on techniques.
Yeah, key stuff, and he'll bring everyone else in as they start doing it. Everyone here knows key. All of you can teach Sebastian how to use key.
So fun error on the map.
Is it
It's-
key spelled wrong?
No. The city you're going to, Hiddlesheim, is actually Hiddlestein with 2 N's.
Huh.
But that is most definitely an M on the map there.
That it is.
But when you look in the book, like 5 different times, 6 different times, it's spelled Hiddlestein.
That's a funny typo.
I think someone saw the
Oh,
2 N's and just put an M, or someone put the M there on the map and someone looked at it and was like, is that 2 N's? I think that's 2 N's, and they just typed the book up that way.
You want to know what kind of like supports that as well? If you look over here,
Mullenhain, yeah.
that's funny.
So, yeah, fun fact. It's Hiddlestein, which honestly is not like phonetically that different. But anywho,
During the journey, when training is not a thing, Anas would actually give Sebastian a break from the psychic stuff and actually go to Finwith.
Oh.
Remember how you offered to take me flying?
Yeah. I'll do it. You might have to leave behind a really big sword, though.
He just looks at his own. I'm sure one of them can carry it.
Either he can float it or Lexi can carry it. Do some more training so you don't disappoint your mom.
He just laughs. It's like, let's see. Yeah, I suppose you're right.
And just like a little bit further up the slope to you. Alright, so your choice, I guess. Either on back or I can carry you in the talons. Probably by the armor.
have never done this before, so I have no preference. What would you recommend for a first-time flight?
You gotta have the feeling of just nothing holding you back. And he kind of like flares out the wings, and there's a couple of like big bursts. He's like, "All right, over here," as he flits over to the edge.
Okay, he follows.
It gets you standing a bit below, towards the edge of something, and Finwith is going to basically land on you, hook his talons into the armor, and show you what it's like to fly over the mountains by wing. Promise I won't drop you.
I believe you.
And he will take off. It's a bit of a rough first start, but once he catches wind, you are hauled along. A little less gracefully than normal, but the white and gray of the stone. The line where like the mountain peaks meet clear blue skies. Heavy clouds off somewhere in the distance. Countless peaks.
He does seem a little startled at first with the initial takeoff, like any airborne ride where you have that slight apprehension before you finally get up there. Composure-wise, he's pretty fine. I made 2 open rolls in a row for composure.
Nice, congratulations. If you have a fear of heights, you've bested it this
It
day.
is now gone.
Remove the disadvantage from your character sheet. But yeah, no, he takes you flying. And he both, he spends a lot of time mostly like coasting along, kind of following the wind that kind of is forced through the mountains. Just so he doesn't burn himself out or give you too much hell. And eventually, you alright?
Doing pretty good.
Alright,
looks-
let's see if we change that. And before you can respond, the wings tuck. And he dives. Eventually, pulls back out, and there's like a heavy jerk as like your weight is caught into the momentum as he uses it to kind of like coast both of you around.
If there is panic on his face, it's hard to tell because from the sheer fact of him dropping all of the mop of hair he's gained in this journey, which is pretty much down about his shoulder blades and legs, it's just over his face.
But eventually, after you're properly windburned from the cold, he coasts back down towards where the others are. Kind of throws his legs forward so that you have kind of the hop off the swing momentum, and let's go.
He tucks and rolls.
It's okay, the windburn will be gone in 5 minutes anyway.
Yeah, no, he's a freak of nature, it's fine. It's not like he needs skin. It just holds the blood in better.
I don't want to even think of Anastas here with Nemesis. Oh god.
Oh, no.
All right, so along your journey, let's do an encounter roll, shall we?
Yes.
Don't get too excited. You're too powerful for literally most things that affect you.
Yeah, but like,
we're in
still
Hoffman,
fun.
where there's
Get to fight
scarier
it.
things.
Literally, Arctic chimeras are barely better than your brothers.
But there was that big beast thing. That might be a thing.
Yeah, the big beasts were wandering around.
Either way, let's see here. We're rolling a D100. If you roll a 100, you guys run into a dragon. If you roll a 1, you run into 2.
Oh, no.
We beat Lucanor. We'll be fine.
We arrive at the meet.
Lucanor?
The roll. To survive.
Oh, that was a 50-50.
Yeah, I know. But hey, that was the most in danger we've ever been.
All right, that week of travel, nothing happens. That week of travel, nothing happens.
So what the fuck is it you guys hunt out here? Boring as shit.
Well, I say nothing happens. Nothing of significance to you all. You might have run into like the occasional wolves.
Can we find another Arctic Chimera off screen so I can get my own cloak?
Get your own cloak.
Listen, I lost my Kongsbjorn pelt. I'm still a little sad.
Unfortunately, I was going to have at least something like that if you rolled a 90 or above. You did not.
I was gonna say we happened to roll across the one dragon. So yeah, about the dragons we were gonna fight, they're dead. Just drags along corpse.
I don't think it's gonna go like that, but
If this was a normal encounter, well, time anyway, the 74 plus would have been schooling you ran into. But that's not going to happen because of the part in the story we're at, so they've been taken off the table.
just
For
like
better or
that,
worse.
they
So
found what they
roll-
wanted up here.
Is a roll 99 Fenwith's mom?
Oh god,
A
no.
roll of 101.
You just hear Fenwith over the peaks. Just more flashback to the ear, but it's worse. It's gonna be so much worse. She's got levels.
But thanks to Sebastian's telekinesis and kind of like some of the shortcuts y'all take, you actually managed to trim down your trip to about a little over a month, 33 days.
Oh, nice.
Go team freak of nature. And Alexi.
Is Alexi not a freak of nature?
I mean, he throws ice around, but like all of your kind of, your people do.
I suppose that's true.
Alexi's
I turned
also,
into perfect monsters. Sebastian's basically a robot in the shape of a person who breaks things with his mind and hasn't touched the ground willingly.
It's weird to
Or
consider that
unwillingly.
Alexi is the normal one in the party.
Yeah. And, well, there's a reason someone only gets 2 experience points for each session.
Yeah, literally, Alexi is the most normal person in this party. Like, just a friendly Viking man. Been through some shit. Very powerful. Has a
Occasionally
cool sword,
ice.
Has some very cool ice powers.
Also can sense all things living within a couple miles.
He's the most.
I think it's
approachable
hundreds of
all
miles,
of us.
actually.
Yeah, it's hundreds.
Oh, that's right, you get to that point too.
Yeah, Alexi is the most
Oh, yeah.
approachable out of this entire group. The person you'd walk up to and like, I need to ask them for directions. Who do I ask? I'm gonna ask that guy.
Oh yeah, is there any really big things that I said?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, fuck that level of influence.
Mhm. Do you sense 2 dragons? Or like a whole bunch of life forms in an area?
It's distant, typically. Nothing that ever gets within eyesight, but you do sense 1 and occasionally 2 dangerous, large sources of life in the skies. And you can tell when they're hunting because they'll just suddenly dive down, and then after like a few minutes ground level, it seems to go back up. Man, characters are fucking crazy. It's just like, oh yeah, right. It doesn't tell you the exact distance, but you know the general direction and like can vaguely guess, and they don't get super close to y'all.
God, I wish that were me. Says Fenwith to himself quietly.
These aren't even the dragons I'm most scared of. Outside of like fucking the biblical dragon that wrecked an island.
The biblical dragon.
Hey, I mean, there's a reason one of those motherfuckers is on the cover of a book covered in, like, all red and white color scheme covered in chains. The fucking Gyra dragon or whatever he's called is fucking
Gyra
terrifying.
dragon. There's
Gyra.
7
But if-
Gyra dragons.
But if we're going
fun.
with standard dragon wise, there's one in the book that I'm particularly afraid of, which is the Enclave members dragon, because they're both still kicking somewhere.
Delightful.
Anywho, so you eventually arrive at Helstein. Helstein is a formidable city fortress located on the mountainside of Surt. It is the capital of Hoffman. It is built like a huge, impregnable military stronghold, and its thick walls, which sit on the peak of the mountain slope, stretch up to over just 160 feet high. When somebody sees it from the outside, rather than looking like a city, Helstein seems to appear like an immense wall completely wrapped around part of the mountain. The city itself is supported by various stone surfaces full of gaps, so that the different parts of the neighborhoods sit at diverse heights, though none of them stand out above the walls. Created as defense against both attacks and possible natural disasters, Helstein is a somber city, distinguished by its gray stone tonality of all of its buildings, much of which you saw similarly built in Anima. However, the enormous size of some of them, combined with the snow-covered tile roofs and streets, gives it an ambiance that is melancholic and fascinating at the same time. Its most striking feature is the Gargoyle Square, which owes its name to the imposing 13 black metal beasts that top the surrounding buildings. Helstein seems to be predominantly self-sufficient and requires little to no trade from outsiders. The only transactions are between neighboring towns or Mullenheim, and are usually for selling weapons, because Helstein has excellent blacksmiths and are known for the brutal effectiveness of their creations. Towards the center, once you get past the walls, you can see Castle Renghilder, a building partially embedded into the side of the mountain with dozens of caves that descend deep into the bowels of Gaia.
What do the... Because you said there was like 13 beasts on this thing, right?
Yes.
Any particular that we'd recognize, or just...
They all seem to be gargoyle-esque. Some look somewhat like dragons. Some look like imp-like creatures. Some are just like your standard gargoyle in design.
Sorry, just curious.
No, that's fine. The only thing striking about them is the black metal that they're made from, which shines like obsidian. So, as you all enter in, you can see the large, varied city before you. Knowing is that the king himself is the one who's asking for the Froscolier, you'll probably decide to make your way to Castle Rangengold, unless there's anything you all want to do before heading that way.
I don't know. Could I roll a history on some of the crazy things about the city itself? That might be
Like what?
around, like just general like points of interest, or that might be of interest, or you know what I mean.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we get there, I rip my wings off.
Probably for the best.
But sad to see him go. Oh, how many days was it again?
33. I changed the calendar already.
So how are we doing on the moon?
Yeah, moon.
Yeah.
Oh, that has already come and passed.
Well, I guess he probably like wakes up is like, are you kidding me? We're in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's nothing to do. Or skips into the wake, does some fucked up shit, skips back. I don't know what he can do with your body.
True.
All that matters, I'm fully healed now.
156 history, by the way.
Okay. Let's address the demon issue first before continuing.
Yeah.
Also fair.
So it gets closer and closer to the expected time. How do you plan for this? Like, what do you do knowing that you might soon be turning into Horcrux?
Shame we don't have that collar still.
He warns everyone when it's happening, but honestly, he does nothing. He has already told Horcrux that, like, you cannot harm my friends. There's no one else nearby.
Yeah, but he could, like, run off into the mountains or something and just, like, ditch you somewhere.
If I die, he would die.
He could go after your sibling.
Too far away.
It's unreasonable to expect that. Besides, I've already planned for that in the future. I will take steps to avoid that outcome.
And you sleep in a town with other people, right?
He will probably tell them, like, keep an eye out. Like,
Yeah.
I
think they
don't
all
think a lot of sleep happens when you tell your friends, I'm turning into a demon tonight. Heads up.
Nah, it's fine.
Turning into an infernal duke.
Yeah.
Specifically. Yeah, no, I think everybody stays awake for that number. Unsure how this is gonna go.
He
This
just
is
tells them to,
Big numero uno.
yeah, do what you deem fit. It can't hurt you, so use that to your advantage.
And you, like, specify... Sorry. And you, like, made sure it's, like, can't kill or hurt. Or just hurt. What if he just tries to kill us in a way that doesn't hurt?
Ah, shit. I don't remember the wording. I know Sebastian would have thought about that. I didn't.
I believe your exact words were harm.
Well, yeah, okay, killing is harming someone, so...
Yeah.
That's not good for them.
Yeah. You've
All
beat
right,
it
well-
before, so you can beat it again if you think you have to.
He can probably still just make the weapons, but we should probably still have yours. Especially the Lawbringer.
Yeah, you would totally hand that over. Like, all the shit.
Guess we'll find out if he can use your psychic stuff.
Alrighty. So, let's see here. Let me change the music, shall we?
Oh, I know. We could put you into a set of.
I can make some venom.
We could put you into a set of +5 chainmail.
That would work.
How long does Manticore venom last?
I think it took a day for Arthur to get it out of his system, if I remember correctly. And that was with medical treatment.
Can I just fully immobilize you?
If you offer it, Sebastian won't say no.
It's not that expensive to do. It's only like 80, so.
Yeah. He has no objections. He, as he puts it, like, I have no real say in this. I won't be there.
Well, do we give the guy a well, no, we killed him and he was a cowardly shit anyway. Better safe than sorry. It's you that we stand to lose, maybe, so. Not that I think he'll do anything that will get him killed, but still. So we'll see if that works, and Finwith will grow some manticore spines with their venom. You can just, I guess, choose to fail.
Yep.
You cannot choose to fail.
Okay.
Well, let's do my physical resistance.
Well, hold on. Does
What
it
is it?
have to do damage, or can I make it so it just immobilizes? Because I'm not stabbing him with it,
You have to do at least 10% of your damage.
which is 10 damage. Or no, sorry, it's 40 damage base. So
4 damage.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I'll get that back in a day.
So I can just stick you a couple times.
Yeah.
Feels really bad about it though.
He just like offers out his arm towards you.
The most uncomfortable noises. Especially he just like does do the puppy eyes at Anas and Alexi just to see one of them offers to do it.
If you really don't want to, I can do it.
Well, I don't want you to have to. Just,
One of us is gonna have to hold his arm still while you stab him.
I can hold my arms.
yeah, I don't think he's gonna move.
Well, we can stand around here arguing, or we can just wait.
Fine, I'll do it. It's very uncomfortable, but he'll use the needles. I guess make a VR check.
What is my VR? 85.
Roll shit.
Shit. Calculator. $140?
That is the check.
Damn.
Gotta get stabbed. Gotta get stabbed.
Why did I have to level up?
The things we do to keep you from doing I don't know what.
My pride, my greed.
Another one then? We're just gonna do it again.
Don't you also have that plant you got back from the forest?
You mean the one that kills people?
I thought it just did nausea or vomiting.
I don't want to be nauseous or vomit.
I don't
You
want
can-
those things.
You could do that to Horcrux when he arrives.
I have 2 plants that are from the forest. I have the blood vine, which gives undead hatred. Basically, you're a vampire. You got to gorge on blood, and you get weird vein growths all over your body. The other one you're talking about, that's the Demon's Kiss totem, and that does a poisoned attack. It is an instantaneous effect, and if you fail to check, you die.
Okay. My apologies, no one's ever explained that one. I just thought it made people sick.
No, Finwith will inform you. Oh no, that just kills people. You just die. If you don't die, you're okay for a little bit against it, and then if you get it again, then you might just die. Unless you don't. In which case you're safe for a little bit, and then you might just die. Okay. You have 5 turns of immunity.
Guess we're stabbing him again.
Yep, stab me again.
Roll until you fail enough. And take 4 damage for
God
each
damn
success.
God damn it, I rolled good. Again.
And take 4 damage. He has to fail by 20, right, for fully immobilized?
Failed again.
It should be in the poison.
Yeah, I've got partially immobilized at 5, mostly immobilized at 10, fully
Well, I'm
immobilized at 20.
about to warn you
That's
here.
what it isn't.
So-
That's a 134.
You start stiffening up a bit, but not quite. You gotta fail by. You have to hit a 120 or lower.
Oof.
He's taking a little too much damage. I
That's
mean,
a
what?
128. No,
Close.
You're mostly immobilized at that
that's
point.
that's like
If you think it's good enough, we can stop.
let's see.
4 damage per roll.
I rolled 5 times, so
20 damage.
20 is a good chunk of my health. I have
You
101
don't.
health left.
You don't have a lot to give here.
One more time. Oh, that you know what the worst part of that was? It was cocked and it was sitting on 20 and then it popped over to 80.
Oof.
All right. Well, then you're just mostly immobilized. Kind of call it off, and then with nods a little nervously, backs up.
Should help.
You
Let's
don't.
go.
Well, yeah, I guess you do say that. Because I think it takes time for it to set in.
Yeah, it took a little bit for Arthur to
It
finally
just
hit the
it takes a
threshold.
couple turns.
Yeah, but Arthur was also susceptible to poison, so I don't know if that assisted
It
with
just
the
means my
hasten.
check was worse. I think that's all it did.
Yeah, just when he was gonna fail.
I think you royally failed on that roll too, so it was even
Oh, yeah,
faster.
totally. I fucked up bad because I had like a plus 20 or something. It was
Yeah, 'cause-
really bad.
Yeah, 'cause you killed it and then you just froze up.
Yep.
And then had to be hauled all the way back through the swamp.
Yeah, let's see. Poisonous spines. Let's see here.
On the bright side, I will be fine once we actually get to the town.
Manticore Venom. After 5 turns.
I'll add that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone hit by this feeling loses feeling in its limbs, and then within a minute finds himself unable to move. They must pass a check, or after 5 turns become partially immobilized. 10 turns becomes mostly immobilized, and fully immobilized
That's
after
what
20
my
turns.
shorthand means. Okay, so
Oh.
you failing at all meant this was gonna happen.
This lasts for 24 hours.
Oh.
Yep. Okay,
You're
so
gonna be carried in the morning.
you don't have to take as much damage. If you remember how many it was until you failed for the first time.
No. You still have to pass the VR check. So he still
I
needed to
didn't.
fail it.
I
But-
failed.
That's
it.
what I'm saying is how many.
Oh, yeah.
Until he
Okay,
failed.
yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah, I still failed it. It's just I took, let's see, that's gonna be 8 damage total that I take. But also, I'm fully healed by the time we get to town still, because I was like pretty topped up. I think by the time we do this, because it's like middle of our trip. So, I'm doing fine.
Yeah, you were. It's towards the end of the trip, but you would still have
really
like a
fine
week
still.
and a half.
Yeah, I'm totally fine. I was like pretty close to like my health. I just needed like
Oh.
20 days or something.
But what happens to you?
Yes. So, you do this, and you set him down, and y'all just kind of are just sitting around talking and waiting. When the sun fully sets, you watch as Sebastian's hair begins to wildly grow. As his hair, writhing almost like tentacles across the ground, the floor of the tent, reaches down about to his heels in length. He becomes a little bit more gaunt, and his skin becomes pale. His hair becomes dark, and his eyes open up, and there's just black as he sits up, completely, seemingly unaffected.
Worth the shot. Hi again.
He stands up, not necessarily paying attention to you, and is looking at his limbs.
Does he keep his average height, or does he go to the height of the Lord originally?
He stays about his same height. Besides a few aesthetic changes, he's more or less the same size as Sebastian.
He's just a Infernal Duke infused Sebastian, basically.
Let me know if the voice changer works. Can y'all hear this?
No.
Nope.
Cool. 1 second.
Gotta love poisoning your friends with the whole party for fun and profit,
Ooh.
and then
It's good to test.
failing.
Oh, actually, while you're setting this up, good question to ask. Does Sebastian see any of this? Like, is he aware of what's going on?
Not necessarily at first. It's very hazy as the transition kind of makes way. But after a few moments at least, you'll gain a very non-lucid feeling to what's going on.
No.
Like you're floating in the scenario. Looking around, he kind of clenches his fist and says to himself, Not quite what I was expecting. One second.
Of course.
He just ducks out of the tent.
Gotta pee.
Oh, well. This will have to do. He turns and looks at you all. Smiles. Count yourself fortunate that I'm not allowed to harm you. But he did say I couldn't leave. With a wicked smile, a portal spawns behind him.
Can Finn would tackle him.
Sure.
Does this seem to be magical in nature?
It looks like it,
There's
sure.
a portal. And you have
Oh,
magic glasses.
I also have magic glasses, so
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't tell because they allow you to see magical effects. This effect is visible, so it could or could not be.
Just regular attack.
Yes.
Anas would also like to try to jump him.
Okay.
Hopefully he has my physical stats, because they'll be easy for you guys.
Well, considering the fact that he's no longer poisoned, I don't think so.
Probably not.
Rather than a MacGuffin, he is the MacGuffin state. He is the plot armor. Except, we killed him last time, but we can't kill you again.
Yeah. Unless you got another demon organ you can give me.
damn. If it didn't specifically say supernatural discharge.
Also, what are your presences?
Sadly, my Aikido does not give me advantage or bonuses for trapping and takedown unless it's a counter.
My presence is 70.
80.
80. Can we not even fuck with this guy? Well, we killed him before, so...
Yeah, I have a presence of 80 as well.
As you grapple onto him, he seems completely unaffected. moving your
Oh.
bodies is like he's playing with children's toys, as he just throws you off of him with the littlest of air. He is, so I'll let you guys know mechanically what is happening, because it might be confusing considering your prior fight. He's immune to all effects from creatures with a presence of 120 or less, unless they're capable of dealing energy damage. Now, normally when you attack something, you guys are using or extrusion or whatever, which allows you to damage energy-like things. Unfortunately, you're not trying to damage him.
You can't just like infuse your body with it anyway with your key.
Nope.
There's a key ability to do so, but you need to have the ability.
Yeah, you could attempt to affect him with an attack that could restrict him. But your physical bodies, your strength that you can put out, like, essentially, presence extrusion just allows you to actively touch and affect energy things.
You said a presence of 120? So a level
120.
19 character?
Well, there's other effects that can give them extra presence as well. Or having a geonosis that's equivalently or that's close enough to the Infernal Duke, which none of you are close enough to. If you were trying to kill him, that would be a different matter. But your human physicality, no matter how amped it up it is, cannot contest with a divine-esque being.
Unless I can basically try to hurt and grapple, then I don't think I can do anything, because I can't accumulate fast enough to do much.
Yep. That's just, unfortunately, the situation you find yourselves in.
I could try
Remember-
and stab your foot into the ground with the katana. I don't know if that would work, though.
Ow. Let me see.
Actually, upon appearance-wise, well, he has also changed and he's infused in Sebastian. Does he look healthier than Sebastian? Like he looks like he would have physically more health?
It looks like his physicality has changed. I'll say that much.
Okay, so there's a pretty good chance he doesn't even have Sebastian's health. You know, the one time we could have actually used the slave collar.
I did make that comment, yeah.
I will tell you, he's not exactly as he was before dying. He is weaker substantially. But unfortunately, this one ability is just mostly due to his genosis.
Yeah.
I don't have enough
Also-
points to pick up anything.
Also, I will state, it's from creatures or items with the presence of 120 or higher.
Hmm.
Can you freeze him?
Yeah, I could technically touch him with the Frista. Because the Frista has a presence of 175.
I don't really have items, I just have totems. And I can tell you none of them have a gnosis that high, or else I wouldn't be able to use them. Or at least those abilities of them.
I will attempt to knock him out with the Frista.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright. So that'd be a called shot. So I need to find my targeting thing real quick. Minus 80 for the head, but let's double check.
By the way,
it's
that's
only a
why
minus 60.
he ignored the Manticore venom, because the Manticore's venom is not a high enough ability to affect him.
Yeah, I think I remember something specifically when you made the deal, how afterwards I was like, not gonna add anything about like that he can't just fuck off into the wake and vanish or anything, or just run off with you. Nope.
Pop into fatigue as well.
Do what you gotta do. Oh, you got the bathroom.
Because I also have to
Fun
make
with the
this
repercussions of Alex's actions.
I also have to do it non-lethally as well. So
Unfortunately, Nas's abilities can't do much, especially since he's heard that this guy's an assassin.
wow, that's a really shit roll. $201.
As you come at him with the freestyle, he just simply like ducks under it with an inhuman speed and smiles at you. Before he just turns and walks through the portal.
As he's trying to walk in, Nas would try to quickly go, wait, is there any way we can get you to promise you'll at least bring him back to us when you're done?
Looking over his shoulder, he says, I tire of making deals with mortals. Before he just casually steps through the portal.
Looks at Alexi. Now what?
Portal's still there, right? Or is it gone?
It stays there for a moment.
If we follow, we can't guarantee we'll be back.
No guarantee we'll survive either, actually.
Yeah.
What would Sebastian do?
How'd it go?
He walked off with the body and said he tired of making deals with mortals.
I rolled a very shit roll.
Now we have a split second with the portal still open. Like, what the heck do we do now?
Well, I mean, I have no idea how the fuck can get back over, but it's either that or we split the party. Because, it's not like Sebastian knows how to get back through the wake. Or through this portal if it's not just into the wake and somewhere else entirely. But, it's gonna kind of derail things. And, I don't know, I have a feeling the guy doesn't really... He might not be coming back.
I wouldn't be surprised. Problem is, I can teleport through the wake, but I can't stay in the wake. With my ability.
Can't really drag somebody else back from it, can you?
No.
Well, unless somebody has a split-second idea, there's no way Finwith is going to let a friend just walk off and be stolen by a demon.
All Anas is thinking, like, maybe Corvus might have something can help, but this is also a Duke of Hell, so he doesn't think that Corvus's overarching boss is going to have the power to do anything.
I guess we follow him in.
Yeah, charge in after him.
Oh boy.
We're gonna have to phone
Okay.
home to what? Like, we're lost.
We're in the wake.
The demon snatched us. Well, okay, we drove after the demon.
As you all attempt to dive through the portal, you're rebuffed by an invisible barrier. You remember distinctly that they can set special parameters for entering their domains.
Well, maybe it's not connected to anything then. Maybe he's just gonna go hang out in his own
Well,
world.
you know his hell is gone,
Oh, shit, right.
True.
so he's not going there. But that's not to say that an Infernal Duke can't at least protect a barrier they're using, or a portal they're using. Y'all must remember, you're dealing with one of the highest levels of demons.
Yeah, and please remember, our characters are also dumb.
Very dumb.
It's true. I this situation might not have an answer that you all can give.
No,
This is
and
just circumstance of situation.
he tries. It clacks into and just the most upset and horrible partial owl screeching. So he just kind of pulls back, tacks at it again with the claws. Cannot get through.
After a brief moment, the portal closes, and you're all left there. As you enter through the portal, Sebastian, you see before you a large expanse of mountains that seem to rise out of a dark abyss. Like any valleys that this place would have just seems to drop into infinite nothingness.
No one
Almost
loves
as
this one.
it's like each mountain is like its own island in this inky black abyss. Looking around, the Infernal Duke says to himself, and you feel like he's talking to you. No. We can't have you spying on me. As his hands come up and he gouges his eyes out.
Oh shit.
And you hear a loud squelching sound before nothing. As you are left in an inky blackness, unable to hear nor see.
I can't use psychic stuff, can I?
You can try.
He's gonna try to motion detect.
He's gonna eavesdrop on your brain.
You attempt to do so, and nothing happens. In fact, you feel restricted in your mental capacities.
Anything else then? He'll just try to analyze the situation, see if he has any ideas for what he could do.
You think, and you try to exert your will like you did before when he was trying to possess you, but nothing. Unfortunately, the contract was he gets possession, and there's nothing you can do to stop him.
That's fair.
You all wake up the next day, and Sebastian is gone. What do you do?
Sebastian mentioned he had things to take care of, right? Looks at either of you.
Who? Him or Horcrux?
Horcrux.
I don't know. He didn't tell us what. If he knew anything.
I was gonna say, if he had things to take care of. Aside from other demons. Only thing I can think of that he would go after is maybe the people that attacked him. And he can't hurt you two.
Maybe Woad.
Woad. Arthur.
I don't know if he knows how to find them. I mean, Woad maybe because it's just somewhere in the Gehenna Forest Week. I don't know. He didn't seem particularly mad at us, just bored. He might not care. He just kind of shrugs.
Oh.
I don't know if there's anything in the peak or somewhere else that he would want.
Oh.
Unless you're Alexi, shut up.
No, it was just a realization that he crossed into the wake near the fucking castle. I don't know if that matters though. Either way, he's like,
I should say you guys are like 300 miles from the Castle of Midnight, so.
fair.
True, but travel in the wake's a little different.
It is. That's fair. It's a fair assumption to make.
I don't
By the
know.
way, this portion of the wake is called the Endless Peaks.
Great.
It is possible that he may have gone after Arthur, but I feel unlikely. He has recently had his entire realm of hell collapse due to the interference of God. What was that fucking thing's name?
I don't think we got the name of that demon.
No, the Duke of Black and the Bone.
Yeah, we didn't get his name. We got a title because he laughs in the face of, why the fuck would I give something my real name? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Do you think that I want to be summoned or invoked or bound or banished? Fuck you, I know what paladins can do. Summoner's
Yep.
even worse.
You hear the sound of crunching snow outside your tent.
Out with the wings.
Does it sound like human footsteps or does it sound like animal sounds?
Then what doesn't wait?
It's hard to tell. Finn, if you go quickly out of the tent and you see Sebastian there in a dazed state before falling to his knees and falling unconscious.
Okay, he brought him back. It's fine. He can do whatever he wants as long as he keeps bringing him back.
Does he have his eyeball still? It's probably a very important question.
Yeah.
You look at him, he seems fine.
Not that I would know what would happen, but I just wanted to know
mean,
my reaction.
I was considering in the moment, like, oh, blind telekinetic, that's so cool. But I
Blind
would
and deaf.
just become Kenshi from Mortal Kombat. The thing I didn't want to do, even though that is the coolest shit ever.
Alexi lets a sigh of relief and marches or runs over to Sebastian's body.
Yeah, Finn was awkwardly hovering. Not touching, but definitely does the, like, bird hop over him, his, like, legs to, like, get to the other side so you can come closer and just tacks talons together. He's not bleeding anywhere. He looks okay, I think. Kind of face down.
Is his breath visible?
It's very light.
Upset keening.
All right. He marches into the tent and grabs the heavy waterproof blanket and kind of like scoops up Sebastian into it to get him nice and warm. and prevent physical touch to a degree.
He's unconscious but appreciative.
Oh no, you're actually conscious right now.
Oh.
You're just fully immobilized.
Oh no, yeah, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I just realized that. Yeah, he is very appreciative. Just thank you. In his head.
Yeah.
As much as he's against physical touch, Anas would actually make the suggestion we should probably check for wounds. Or anything new.
I didn't see any blood, or were there any like rips on his clothes when he kind of rolled them in?
Nope. The only thing are the few, needle pricks from the other day.
I think he's okay.
His heart still sounding the same?
Oh, well, it's going to be like all quiet and slow because he is like super poisoned right now.
Well, would it be normal heartbeat then? Because I have a big demon heart.
Yeah.
Like a
I'm
normal heart.
It's a gushy heartbeat. It's not. It doesn't sound great. You're being kept alive by anime bullshit.
Yeah.
I think he's okay. We can probably move, but take it easy and maybe stop early and make sure he stays warm.
Alright. We will keep him in blanket then. And then kind of like looks through his stuff.
So fully immobilized. Question:
Yes.
my brain still works, right?
Yes.
I would like to levitate.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
we'll
do
just
so.
carry him.
Right. I forgot that Serena looked into that, and
Yeah.
you can fucking do that shit.
I don't
anyway.
bot. So to make it easier on all of you, Sebastian's just floating like at chest level, so you could just like push him.
It's really hard. You can't manually look around, turn your head, or even move your eyes.
I guess you gotta keep up your organic psychokinesis as well.
I can do that. Or he levitates himself. I mean, he can't do much, but he goes up at least what he thinks is like 3 feet, and is just like floating at easy accessible level, and so you could just push him.
Sebastian to go.
If we wanted to make travel easier,
I hate this game.
I was gonna say if we want to
Oh,
make
that's
travel
even better. Let's see here. Is this the right book? No, it's not the right book.
Oh, he looks for that. What was that, Suzanne?
Anas was going to suggest for travel, I can travel faster than Alexei. So if all else fails and we want to still move faster, I could take Sebastian with me, and Finwith could carry Alexei.
No, it's probably better to go the normal pace. If we go too fast, we might windshield him.
Fair.
Plus, we can't be splitting up. There are dragons up here.
That does not stop me from flying. And you'll know if they get close, right?
Hopefully. I believe I've been sensing them since we got here, so.
What? You didn't tell me you could sense them.
Oh yeah, I can sense most living things for miles and miles.
Well, yeah, but like you didn't. He just grumbles. But can you like feel them like when they like are like flying around, like how they're flying?
A bit. They seem, I assume, to dip down when they want to hunt, but honestly, they've been very far away from us. For the most part.
Finwith has spent all night being stressed and worried, and now he's on top of that, jealous as hell. Mutters to self. Can you feel when they like breathe? If they do like they like breathe fire or ice or whatever?
Nothing like that, no.
Could you?
Maybe.
That'd be cool.
I haven't really considered it, but might be useful.
Not from fighting them though. I think that would be kind of a too late thing.
I don't think your erudition does that anyway. So I could be wrong. Let's look at erudition, shall we?
I'm actually surprised there's no puppeting ability in the psychic tree.
There is. It's just
Well, yeah, you need that's the mental one, but you also have to make sure they're brain dead, which is not where we want to be with this one. But yeah,
No.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the thing. With motion, you could technically follow everyone with motion detection.
Oh yeah, easily. He's
It's
just
really
like,
bizarre, but you can generally like guide yourself.
You're like that horror movie monster where it's just a limp body that floats across the
some Silent Hill
screen.
shit.
Oh, it's one of those like shitty horror games where they have like the one like model and animation that's like obviously Unity engine like monster that just kind of like moves rather than actually doing anything. It has like maybe like a mild animation that doesn't match all of its movements.
At like the hearing, like you guys just being like, I guess we take him, carry him, floats up, and then like moves as he's like detecting your motion. It is just like ready to follow.
That looks really weird, and also I'm kind of worried. If you don't mind like being touched through the blanket, maybe we should still just kind of hold and push along.
Can he hear us? He spins. Spin once for yes, spin twice for no.
He spins around at least so his head's facing towards you all, and he just like spins it left and right, like at an angle.
All of the feathers up.
As in just like full pivoting the body as if shaking a head. The head is the whole body.
Just like a loose puppet, just whoosh. All right.
Okay, both of you have him. He is okay. I'm going to fly ahead.
I must say, Sebastian, that is very unsettling. If we ever are in this situation, I feel like we should come with a better system to understand you.
He shakes his. He pivots his entire body in agreement, up and down.
No, it's funny. Been with this gun, been with this flying further up the trail. He'll beat you guys later. He's into some like he's okay with some like fucked up shit when it comes to all the body horror and stuff. For whatever reason, that's just too far. That's just wrong. That's not of the natural world at all. That was grown in a lab.
And now it just moves on ahead. Like this is your thing, Alexi. Just moves on. Like I know you're fully conscious, Sebastian, but right now you look even more possessed than when it started.
He does his best to like give a like that shaking your hand, like whatever kind of motion, just kind of wiggles a bit.
Alexei looks at him and he's like, "Would you like me to attach a rope to you, just
No.
in case?"
Shaking.
Just left, right.
All right.
And as you start moving, he like turns like an arrow and is following you.
I hate this system.
Also, almost verbatim, erudition would do what you just asked, which is really funny to me.
You would be able to feel the
You're able to
dragons.
sense the energy of creatures and their power levels. So that's fun.
I so want this entire scene with Sebastian paralyzed to be something people actually create, because this would be hilarious as
I
hell.
don't want to see this animatic. No.
Horrifying. Please do it. Somebody. It would be horrific.
It's like all of those like puffed out like cat videos, but it's an owl, and Finn was just not leaves.
Like it is
Gone.
a man stuffed into a blanket, like maybe an arm dangling, like head drooped a bit. It just puppeted just psychically. That sounds like a horrifying
Hey now,
image.
we are good enough friends that we have successfully burritoed you so that you stay warm and toasty
Exactly,
as best as
thank you.
possible.
You're actually in a really warm situation because you have like the Arc Chimera pelt and like a big old
My
warm
cold armor
blanket.
is 4. Also, -1 to all cold intensities. So, I'm doing fine.
Yep. For all intents and
Oh, so-
purposes, I'll let you know. You still can't attack like this or anything like that.
Don't worry. I'm not
Anything that
planning on it.
requires a projection actually requires you use your dex score.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
It's a good thing we didn't roll 100 or
I
a
thought as
1.
much. I'm only intending to use this sort of situation to puppet Sebastian's body around in a horrifying way.
It's
So,
funny.
it's all good.
I think it's fucking hilarious.
It's great.
So, with that, you guys arrived at Hiddleston, and we'll get to the history next time because unfortunately we're over time.
And at least like one last thing, just only Alexi will see it. But like as he becomes mobilized, it's just behind you. It turns from an arrowhead. He just slowly like tilts upward till he's like upright and just keeps doing it.
He's
He just
like a
keeps
vapor
following
that
you.
rises from the grave.
Essentially.
He just
but he's-
T-poses behind.
but
He's
not-
that the meme of the guy who's like running down the hallway with the other dude like floating in the background.
Yeah.
I like to think that Alexi, just to fuck with him a little bit, like an older brother to a younger brother situation going on, since everybody else fucking retreated from you.
Yeah.
He's just so like asks him like yes or no questions, but in order to say no, you have to do impossible fucking like flips and shit.
Flip 7 times. Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
He just
Shakes
takes
no
one.
vigorously.
I like that. I like the idea too of are you really Sebastian? Do these weird psychic things. If you're him, I'm not doing that. That's Sebastian.
Dang. You just see the like lawbringer starting to like rattle on his back. Just, okay.
Oh no,
alright.
he gave it to us.
Oh yeah, we have all his weapons.
Yep. He's unarmed and burritoed. He is the least threatening thing right now.
I don't know. You're
Though-
very
Everyone
confident
seems
with
rather
one
intimidated.
weapon.
Weirdly,
Yeah.
he's like the least threatening thing, but his aggro for some reason it still takes up like 100% of the bar.
That's regardless of anything I play, though. So
That's
honestly,
all you. That's you
Yeah.
bleeding through into all of your characters.
true.
All right, let's do experience, shall we? Interpretation. Fuck. The last scene at all just has to be the best, so I'll give you all 15 for that. Good characterization. Devin did some great things too. Devin and I spoke last night about ways players can actively storytell with your DM. Your DM wants you to initiate scenes, engage. So like if like for what Devin did was like, okay, so we go to this really nice looking house or whatever, like do that stuff, please initiate a scene, give me something to work off of so that I know what I'm doing. You can be like, I go in and I look around this dusty like general store and I see a crotchety, like storekeep, like as long as it's nothing like story relevant, whatever you set the scene up for, that your GM will typically work for it. So make an effort to like give a nice layup for your DM to spike it down for you. You can always engage scenes unless it's not the right time, like you're going to the king.
So
like,
I can't just
I step
we hear a
in-
growl behind us, and I get a new token when I destroy the shit out of this thing.
Right. Or it's just like, we go in to see the king, and he's just sitting there in his boxers on the throne for some reason. Like, like, obviously have some class, but give your DM a nice layup. Be like, I want to go into, like, a nice place. Or you just ask, like, hey, I want to have a scene with this NPC, and your DM will do it. Because there's a lot of time where your DM will try to cut the fluff so that we can get to something that involves, like, everyone, or, keep the scene flowing. But if you want to have some open RP, if you want to actively participate in some RP, give that opportunity to your DM and the other players to watch. Devin did that a few times this session, so just something everyone needs to keep in mind. Time spent here, everyone gets 3 except Anastasia, who gets 1. Let's see. Good ideas for plans? None particularly. No difficult actions.
Nope, the only good idea we had this session was everybody keeping their head fucking down while Lexi got his torn off.
Yep. No segment closure. Combat.
Most damage taken.
Yeah.
The permanent warp in the cartilage of your right ear.
It was an easy encounter because you had no chance of dying, but facing off against Alexi's mom was a harrowing endeavor, and you guys get 1 experience point for that. Most damage dealt goes to Finwith. Most damage taken goes to Sebastian.
We've been here before, haven't we?
yeah, we have.
Listen, at least you're not laying cold on the floor dead this time, just
True.
paralyzed.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time Finwith has gotten the most damage taken for doing the most damage to Sebastian, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't much, but it's a little weird that it's happened twice.
Specifically poison, too.
Yeah.
It was the same thing too, yeah.
Yeah.
This Manticore and Centipede Venom in both cases. Fuck.
The Face Award goes to Alexi. Having to be the source of all the interactions this session. Utility Award goes to Finwith for being able to at least having tools available for possibly stopping Sebastian. It didn't work.
We tried.
But you tried. Also, just your flight and a lot of the things you can do just dynamically makes you an aid to your party.
I did make the character with the idea of, okay, Viking travel in mountains turn into animal travel better. This is what Finwith has done his entire life.
The Pity Award goes to Anastasia because, my god, can you never find a fucking deck of cards no matter where you look in the world.
No entertainment.
No board
Everyone
games.
is miserable.
No deck of cards. No dice. No books. Books, but they're in a different language that you can't read. And
And
the
the
2
one
people who
person-
can read is one read it already before, and you know, you could ask him. And the other one's just straight fucking illiterate.
That, and he seems to keep being force-fed human meals, pretty much, but he's too polite to refuse.
Yeah. Keeps happening.
You need to stop introducing you to family. Jesus.
And you got brain freeze because you finally had to drink Alexi instead of Finwith.
And player nominations and/or kudos.
Alex, I fucking hate everything that just happened. You're too good at this.
Yeah. Your Sebastian puppet scene was
Thank you.
fucking hilarious. Take a player award.
You nearly killed Cameron. You're like coughing over there.
I really liked the flight scene for Finwith and Anas. Just Finwith's description of like, oh yeah, you think you like it now? Just dive bomb.
Good player bonding. Good player bonding.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take a player award, both of you.
Also, it's not related to the game, but just I think the tiniest shout out to you having the voice mod on and like holding it down or voice activity just enough that Suzanne made these little laughs and it just barely caught them and went a couple times with like this demonic tiny little scream in the distance. Fucking phenomenal. I was trying really hard. Also, Devin, you know what you did. Stay out of my DMs.
I'm sorry.
I nearly died.
I didn't realize you would read it while you were eating.
It was that and then something Cameron said almost had me fucking choke on my goddamn sweet tea. But fuck you. No. The Sebastian shit was as horrible as it was great. There's a reason why the words terrible and terrific and awesome and awful are mirrors of each other and grim parallels. And that's just every character you play.
That's
so
true.
kudos for that.
It's a good description.
Alexi, you with your family struggle a little bit on the fighting there. I guess we're gonna have to spar with you more and teach you how to actually narrate it, because I'm gonna kick your ass. But no, saying all the stuff with the family was nice, and the like, Finn was being like, your mom is kind of like looking at her son, thinking you're not gonna come back from fighting dragons. Goes into the kitchen to have like a talk with her and make the sausage and stuff. It was a really nice little scene.
Devin, definitely for the nice roleplay layups and just setting the scene for everything here today. Good job. That's exactly what a good player should do. Everyone who's watching should take after his example and, help your DM with the scene. Your DM is great. They're good at improving. They have to be, but like a nice layup, a little scene setting the tone for a scene is really helpful. Immensely so. So, take a player word for that. And you know what? Because you kind of mentioned it in your description, Finwith, for just having a fear of moms. It really showed.
The whole like sinking into the chair, like being
was
as small
really
as
good.
possible.
Listen, Finwith doesn't handle like getting in trouble very well anyway. He's very like opinion minded. Other people's opinions mean a lot, and it's his friend's mom, and also moms are just scary. You met a mom? You've met a mom. They're terrifying.
Oh, there are two small things with Sebastian that I remembered. One of them is technically I believe that's how it's being roleplayed anyway. Sebastian never had like the mom situation where she's like a very terrifying individual, and you were able to capture that really well. But also the little small mention,
To shield thing was really fucking
yeah,
funny.
to shield Alexi from his own mom.
No,
if
he
she
was
dares
shielding
No.
himself.
No,
He
he's
could've
on
shielded
himself.
He was
Oh.
he was wondering
If
like
she
this.
thinks she can slap me.
Yeah, he didn't understand any of that shit, like the cultural reason for that, or just that's a family thing.
I mean,
So
you didn't
in his
understand what was
mind-
being said at all.
No, in his mind, there's just a crazy woman attacking Alexi, and he's like, I don't know, she'll turn on me, and she's gonna get all slap happy with like everyone in this group.
Finwith does look like he's about to be slapped.
Yeah, they both look kind of scared. I don't know why. This woman is like extremely weak compared
It's
to
the
us.
foe you can't fight back against,
Like-
Sebastian.
It's lucky we're having this encounter like after his character arc where he's kind of like he's gotten better, because before he probably would have been insulting, maybe, that you just let yourself get attacked by someone that weak. He just does not get it.
Either way, even if it wasn't for Alexi's sake, I love the little bit in there, even if I misunderstood it.
And I appreciate being sideline bros with Anas this time as they were fighting the little brothers.
To be fair, Anas knows that fear. Yeah, that was what he was expecting when he went home.
Yep, him just immediately sitting down, and then like the also egging on the sibling fight, because it's like, we know how this goes.
Also, the lack of flight understanding, and just both of us sitting there like, just being carried.
All of that core work done. I don't even get to work on my own core work. I hate the Viking protein shake thing, but kudos. I'm not sure how that works.
I really
that's how
like
that
that bit with Anas of just like, I worked so hard on this person and look at him.
Fast forward a couple days to where he's just shaking his body in the air.
Human meat puppet.
I tried to fix this.
This is what you'll become if you do not start working out.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, good show all around. Think this is a relatively good session, mostly LRP, but that's fine. I'm sorry I can't give you an interesting encounter table out here, but literally anything I do, you guys will stomp in no time.
It's fine. Plus, you also have to consider the more time we spend role playing and drawing this out, getting experience, the closer to level 12 we get before we go fight dragons.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna get that lucky.
But no.
Well, I would have to make another 83.
This was a very fun session, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I'm glad we were here to do it. Overall, good job. I liked meeting Alexi's family, and just a lot of interesting culture stuff. Actually, the Proscalia are really interesting as a people, and
Props on you, by the way, Cameron, for helping me create this on the spot. Because we've had no conversation of this whatsoever.
I should have asked. I've just been so busy lately trying to get everything set up that like I just completely slipped my mind on the long list of things I need to get done. So,
Fine, you just build the whole thing while your character is the only example. So then you don't have to do it on the spot.
right. It's been good. I enjoyed it. How'd you like your Horcrux scene there, Alex?
It was fitting. It's
Him blinding and deafening himself was raw as hell.
Yeah, it was very cool. It's interesting too because like, because viewing that scene through Sebastian's eyes, it's just that was a little unnecessary. I wasn't going to do anything with the information anyways. Like in Sebastian's head, like fucking whatever. He doesn't care what Horcrux does. He has no qualms if Horcrux like goes out and like destroys something. He doesn't morally care. He
But
only
what if
cares
he's
about if
setting
he's
up
free.
something to get out of the deal?
Then that's an issue. But he does not believe Horcrux is working on that, or at least he doesn't really care. He might come up with stuff in the future if it's going to start like negatively affecting him, which it might. He's going to have to come up with some plans after the campaign's done.
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
But definitely leaves that sense of mystery. Like, what was he doing? And also, why'd he bring Sebastian back? Like, when you really think about it, he could have just taken you to some prison and put you in a box until it was free for him to come back out again.
Yeah.
Then he does run the risk, though, of, like, it's always a potential, like, if Sebastian can't do anything, then being kept alive by the deal doesn't much matter.
Yeah.
Then you can just handle both of them. They are equally being held hostage by the other.
Yeah.
You are probably going to be ambushed by some demons one day, and we're not going to know why, but we're going to have to fight them.
Yeah, it's also good story potential there.
That sounds awesome. I want that.
Yeah, there's some fun stuff going on in the back scene here that I have plans, but for some reason at least he decided to bring you back. So
He could have saved all of the insulting, throwing ourselves around if he was just like, I'll be back.
And like meeting an Infernal Duke and like realizing when you're not trying to actually hurt an Infernal Duke, they're impossible to deal with. Like,
just hurt him greatly.
It's one of the weird moments in the game where it's like, oh, creatures below this can't do anything unless they can affect energy. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. And then that's
Anima.
all he can be damaged with. So, he's a demigod like individual. Like, it's just the difference in power, and you're all really powerful characters, and he walked out on you like it was nothing.
It's fine. We already beat his ass once. If it goes too far, we'll beat his ass again.
But all right, gotta end this because we actually have another game coming up in like 45 minutes. So thank you all so much for being here. If you have not done so yet already, please follow to see more amazing content like this. We do Cradle to Crypt every Monday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Tomorrow, and I'm going to be putting this up in the Discord, which we'll get to that in a second, we are going to be doing Table Talk with Devin, Alex, and I, as we're going to be talking about at least Devin and I's first experiences playing Warhammer, and just maybe some other bullshittery. Who knows? We'll be doing that tomorrow at I'm going to say God, it's hard to push it any back further. When do you think we're going to the store, do you think?
I was gonna mention like probably 1, because you want to really shoot for like a standard game at the size we're doing, especially because we have an extra person. It might take like 3 to 4 hours.
Okay,
So,
so let's
like,
say 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're gonna be doing some table talk and talking about our experiences with the game, and hopefully we have a lot of fun with it. Which means no Whispers in the Dark this week. We will be continuing with a new slate on Wednesday, and I don't know what we're doing with Thursday now, since we're moving that to tomorrow. So might just have a free day off. We'll have to see. But that being the case, thank you to my players for being here and role playing with me today. And let's go ahead and say goodnight, everyone.
99.
Good night.
Good night.